Welcome to this amazing church, this amazing Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, Pratt City. We'd like to welcome you to the community forum of record as we try to pick our next leadership in the city of Birmingham. At this time, I'm Sheila Smoot. I'll be moderating today's forum. I think Ms. Marcia said this is my 7th. I'm honored to be before your congregation, these illustrious candidates who are seeking leadership. But speaking of leadership, the leader of this location is Dr. Larry McCree Jr., the pastor, and at this time, I'm going to bring him to the podium to give us some words and prayer.
Amen. Good morning to everyone. Let me take just a moment to welcome each and every one of you and thank you for being a part of this forum. To all of our candidates, thank you all so much for coming to share information with us and make us an informed electorate. Not only those who are present with us in the physical sanctuary, but we are grateful to God for those who are joining us virtually all over the world on the various platforms. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. Let's have a word of prayer. Lord, you've been our dwelling place through all generations. Before the mountains were brought forth, or even thou had formed the heavens and the earth, even from everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. And Lord, we pause before we begin to discuss. We pause to invite your presence. Lord, we pray that you will order our steps, order our minds, or order our tongues, illuminate our path, lead us in the path of righteousness for your name's sake. Lord, you lift up one and bring down another. So Lord, we pray for your wisdom. We pray thy kingdom come and thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor McCree, for that prayer, and certainly always thank you for the words of encouragement. At this time, as we continue today's event, today's forum, I do want you to realize that this is being streamed live. So if you wish to share candidates with those folks, you might want to share this and try to drive folks to that. But this is being shared and it will be rebroadcast. And for the record, you are only going to hear from candidates in this district. You sit in District 9, City Council candidates District 9, School Board candidate District 9, and also mayoral candidates that will service the entire city. If you would like to join this, it is being broadcast live. Thanks to this great technology team. Mr. Tate, I see you up there. You can go to Bethel Pratt City Facebook page, Bethel Pratt City Facebook page. And if you can go to that, it is streaming live now. You may share that, and then others can join in that are not able to attend. The order of the candidates would be City Council District 9, Richard Franklin, and John Hilliard, if he comes in at any point in time. Thank you. We will allow him to participate. He will just join in. School Board candidate District 9, Eric Hall is here. Eric Hall. School Board candidate Brandon Parnell is here. And School Board candidate Olivia Magaha is here. Good to have you here. Also, mayoral candidates, Kamal Africa. If he comes, he will join. And he did confirm he is not here at this time. Ms. Wandalyn Gavan is here. Also a state rep for the area. Jeremy Littlepage, our youngest candidate at 26 years old, is here, and they will introduce themselves. Brian K. Rice just walked in. He will be joining you. Frank Woodson is here as well. The other candidate of record, current sitting mayor, did not confirm. and the other candidate, Ms. LaShonda Scales, had a funeral to attend, and we did confirm that. She is in attendance at a funeral. So we thank all of you for being here at this time. Here are the rules of and the flow of the forum. Again, you will have 15 seconds of introduction of yourself, 2 minutes to answer per question aloud. We'll give you a 30-second warning given to alert you of time remaining. Please give it up for Miss Sarah Beth Conkle. She is your timekeeper. She does have a red card. Would you like to display that? When she hits that red card, that's my signal to give you 30 seconds. I will not interrupt you in a sentence. I'm just going to say 30 seconds, 15 seconds, time. You keep going, time. You keep going, time. And if you keep going, we'll cut your mic off and we're going to move on. No disrespect, but we're just going to move on. And I've been with these candidates a lot, so they already know pretty much all the rules. But just for the audience of record, that's what we're doing. Alphabetical order of candidates to speak, and then I'll mix it up. Okay, so we'll start out with the way we got it written out by Ms. Marcia Forrest, and then we'll continue on, and I'll mix it up. You guys been through this before a lot. 30 seconds allowed for your closing statements, and I mean close it. I mean give me your best shot. And you are not talking to me, you are addressing the audience in front of you, so you don't need to look at me when you're answering. Do address the audience there in front of you. All right? And then we will accept questions from the audience. And Mr. Tate, if I get a Facebook question, you're welcome to send that down to me, and if that's warranted, I will try to get that in. Are there any questions? Candidates? Are there any questions? Candidates? Okay. We are about to proceed. At this time, we are going to hear from City Council candidate District 9, Richard Franklin, with his opening statements. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Go. Here's your mics. Where would you like them to go? Can we get you to get mics to all the tables? Yes. Each one? Just keep them on the tables? Okay. We're going to get out your way. Yeah. Just
Go ahead and start? Or you just wait till you finish?
one moment. Can we get another mic on that end? You got one more? And you don't have to stand behind a table. If you want to sit up, if you want to move, that's fine. Just know you will take time to walk. All right, Mr. Franklin, go.
Good morning. My name is Richard Franklin. I'm a candidate for Birmingham City Council District 9. My slogan is very simple: we deserve better. I'm a person that's been a leader in this community, and I've put myself up for service, not just for one neighborhood, for all 19 neighborhoods. And today you will hear a lot of my plans, but I also am excited because I want to work with you and be your leader and work with the other candidates to move Birmingham forward, not just District 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next candidate, School Board Candidate District 9, Eric Hall.
Good morning. My name is Eric Hall. I bring you greetings. I'm a longtime resident in the District 9 from Pratt City. I'm a former neighborhood officer for the Central Pratt Neighborhood Association, a graduate of Miles College with a degree in political science. I'm running because I believe in our children and to continue to build on the success of Birmingham City School System. Proverbs 22:6 says, "Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it." I am who I am because of the leadership and the leaders of this community, this church, and the Peace Baptist District Association. So my name is Eric Hall, and I'm asking for your vote on August 26th for School Board District 9.
Thank you. Your next school board candidate in District 9, Brandon Parnell. Mr. Parnell?
Good morning. My name is Brandon Parnell, and I am the candidate for Birmingham School Board District 9. And I am a product of Inslee High School. I graduated from Winona High School, class of 2004. and this is my home church. I grew up in Inslee all my life, so I ask for your support on August the 26th. Brandon Parnell.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. Our next candidate, District 9 School Board, is Olivia Magaha.
Good morning. My name is Olivia Magaha, and I'm a retired educator, having served Birmingham City Schools for over 35 years. I've taught at Scott, Daniel Payne, Southampton, Tuxedo, and I guess you would say, why so many schools? Well, I taught music, and generally we went to more than one school during our tenure as teachers. And I bring to the table a wealth of experience, having worked with so many children. I know school, I know children, I know teachers, and I know that I will be the best candidate to represent our children and represent our teachers, represent our community on the Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just for the audience and for our Facebook audience, our live streaming audience, we are going to talk and do questions, Q&A with city council candidates and also school board candidates. After that, we will allow them to relax, and then we will go to this side of the room and we will open up the mayor's area. So they're relaxing right now, so we can focus on District 9 School Board and District 9 City Council. Thank you so much for your introductions. We are going to start with City Council questions. As one of the members of the City Council, each with equal power, what approach would you use to make decisions? As members of the City Council, each with equal power, what approach would you use to make decisions? Mr. Franklin, we'll start with you.
Well, first, you have to make sure when you make a decision, you talk with your neighborhood officers and make sure, because it affects the neighborhoods. We've seen a lot of situations where things are voted on and the neighborhood is not even notified. The other thing I think we have to do as city councilors is we have to stick together. When these things occur, if my other council members have something going on in their area, and they say they don't want it and their neighborhood don't want it, I need to vote with them. We need to support each other, because if you live on this north and western side of town, we've had a lot of projects come to us and we didn't know about it. It was dictated to us, and then a lot of projects weren't finished. So the other thing I would do is advocate for what my community and neighborhood wants.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Franklin. Now we'll go to school board candidates. Ms. Magaha, how would you address books in the children and youth areas of the school's libraries and the public libraries that groom children for transgender, other forms of matters that are sexual? Do you consider this an issue with our city schools and with our children? And if so, how would you deal with that?
Well, the issue is before us, and it is an issue that needs to be discussed and understood. There are some things that I think we may be a little bit afraid of. We are unaware of a whole lot of things. And so I think that the best way to handle that is the connection that we have to build between the home and the school. Some parents have ideas about what their children need to be exposed to, and they have a right to have those decisions and concerns. But at the same time, it's before us. The children are aware of a lot of things. And so it's a difficult path to follow.
Thank you. Mr. Parnell, how would you address books in the children, youth areas, and all the things that are happening, the whole, just the exposure to things that are maybe more adult as more childlike? How would you address those issues? Do you think this is an issue for our children? And if so, what would you do about it? What do you think needs to happen?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question one more time? I'm sorry.
I would be glad to do that. How would you address books that children and youth are reading in our schools that may not be perceived as appropriate in regard to sexuality, in regard to other matters that maybe children should not be exposed to at certain ages. Do you think that's a problem, having certain types of books in the library that expose our children in manners that may be more like for adults? Do you think that's a problem? Do you think books in the library is a problem?
It's not a problem to me, because if a child goes into the library and they see something where an adult can read it, I say it's like an adult should go with them, and if a child see it, they have to be with that child in a library. If they see something an adult could, it's for them. So the child should always pick up a book, something they can read, instead of something an adult can read. And my primary focus on if a child really wants to read, reading is fundamental to children. And that's what I want to do, is help our children get success in life.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. Mr. Hall, how would you address the books, or is that a problem with their materials and the type of materials and going into spaces that may be more adult? What is your take on that? Is that an issue?
So in response to the question, yes, it is a current issue, and it is one that we're having to address. I was in the library speaking with the Pratt City librarian a couple of weeks ago, and because of law, it is now where children can go into the library and pick up any type of book if the child is able to get a book from the library. So I do think that we do need to have some parental guidance as relates to what a child can read and cannot read. You do not want a situation to where a child is picking up something that may have X-rated materials and is not appropriate or age appropriate for that child to be reading. And so we do have to do something in regards to ensuring that what our children are reading is not only age appropriate, but it's safe, and it does not mess up the integrity of that childhood, of that child's lifespan. So I do think that as a leadership body, we have to ensure that there are laws in place that will help guide our children and that will keep our children safe. I do believe education is important, but I do also believe that parents and parental rights should be a part of that experience as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. We're going to continue with the school board candidate question. Mr. Hall, what are your plans to make sure all Birmingham schools, especially in underserved neighborhoods, have equal access to resources, including updated textbooks, laptops, science labs, athletics, music, anything that their hearts desire that will give them the resources like other schools districts have? And what will you do to make sure that Birmingham City school systems, especially those in District 9, have a seat at that table?
So Birmingham City school system, the entire system is dependent upon Title I funding. And that funding source, a lot of that funding comes from federal resources as well as state resources and, of course, taxes and so forth. And so to ensure that our kids have an equitable education, as a board member, it is my responsibility to ensure that the dollars flow in an equitable manner to ensure student success. And so that means that, whatever books we need to purchase those, but we also need to ensure that we have a rigorous curriculum to where our students are not just learning standard, but learning above standard. I believe that in building on the success of Birmingham City Schools, we have to raise the bar and raise the standard. And so we need to teach our children above standards so that they can be competitive and able to lead in this world. One of the reasons I'm running is as a social worker and one who is heavily invested in children and in youth. Our city school system lost $15 million in federal funding. That $15 million was to help with mental health and also conflict resolution and so forth. And so it is the responsibility of leaders to bridge the gap so that our kids won't feel the gap. And so I plan to bridge that gap by
30 seconds.
Partnering with community leaders, the city council, state elected leaders, county officials, and also faith leaders to invest in our children to ensure our children are successful.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Parnell, what are your plans to make sure all Birmingham schools, especially in our underserved neighborhoods and the district you represent or that you want to represent, have equal access to all of the resources, textbooks, laptops, science labs, athletics, choir, trips abroad, all the things, and even special services? What is your plan to make sure that Birmingham City Schools hold the administration accountable for providing these things?
Well, a little bit about my background. I was in the special education program, and I graduated with a high school diploma. And I had got involved with the choirs, SGA. I was the SGA first vice president. And what I want to do is, my plan is to get our city council involved in it. What my plans is to get them to help with our kids. And also, I want to plan, like, our kids to do so they could go into, like, when they graduate, I want them to, like, get engaged into our communities, to help them, further their education if they want to, help them, if they want to, get on the board or whatever, become a politician, whatever, connect them with a neighborhood president, they want to get involved. But that's my plan, is to help our youth grow in life and succeed.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. Ms. Magaha, what are your plans to make sure those resources in District 9 and that you hold the administration accountable, because you guys are policy, you're school board members, and a lot of times what the administration would say, you stay on your side and we stay on our side because they run the day-to-day operations. But what would you do as a sitting school board member for this area to make sure this area got their fair share?
You. My plan is to ensure that all our children are represented properly. I think the school is a hub in the community, just as our kitchens, for example, as the hub in our home. And the function of the school affects the community in a way that is very, very important. And so I would ensure that our children have, according to what is dictated by the curriculum and dictated from the state, and that the money is, or the resources are equally distributed so that all our children will have access to the arts, which are so very important. So we feel that where there are no arts, the civilization fails. And so I think that the betterment for our children is that they're exposed and they have opportunity to go to various activities and to see shows. And, I love that. And they should be exposed to the athletic possibilities and promises that this community has for them. And I think that with doing that and ensuring that the same thing is equally afforded to our children as anywhere else.
Thank you. We have a point of order that I'm going to take really quick. We just had a candidate call who was running late, and that candidate is John Hilliard, and Mr. Richard Franklin has graciously agreed that we are going to push this down, and we're going to ask Mr. Franklin to step back to the pews, and we are going to start the city council questioning individually. I asked Mr. Franklin, was he okay with that? And he said yes. So Mr. Hilliard is on his way. Thank you. We're going to continue on and focus in on our District 9 Board of Education candidates. Your next question: what will you do to improve public transportation so students can get to school, get internships, or get extracurricular activities more reliably and safely? Again, what will you do to improve public transportation so students can get to school, internships, other things that they like to do? And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Parnell. What is your plan?
One more time, repeat that question one more time, I'm sorry.
Not a problem. What will you do to improve public transportation, getting back and forth, to these things that children like to do after school and in the summer, things when they're out, internships, getting them to the stuff they like to after school, getting them to things more reliably and safely? One of the issues and one of the problems has been that kids want to do stuff in this Birmingham City Schools, but for instance, they don't have the additional transportation. They can get to school on the regular workday, but other school systems have places outside of athletics, because they do get to their athletic, let's be clear, they're going to get to that football game, they're going to get to that basketball game, but the other stuff that children like to do, how would you help them and provide to improve that area of transportation to help them get to other places outside the school that they want to do? Mr. Parnell?
So my plan is to put a group of parents that are, I go into the people that are retired, I go into their community, and I will ask them, would they help our students get to practice or any outside activity schools that they need to get to, because our children are walking to school and they need transportation from here to there. And I will go into our communities and ask our retirees to help with our students, get them to where they need to be.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. Ms. Magaha, what will you do to improve public transportation, getting kids to other things outside of the school day?
Public transportation is
It doesn't have to be public transportation. There are other contract places, there are other things, but the bottom line is they're not getting where they need to go when they want to participate in other things than other school systems, because the challenge is transportation in areas of Birmingham with students who the bus is just going to pick you up, take you to school, and take you home. But that's where you have an issue, because kids want to do other things, but they can't get there. How would you try to solve that problem if that is an issue?
Well, I think that we could possibly engage various vans and things of that way, because sometimes there's not a whole lot of children when you have to transport. I see the school buses now transporting children to various activities that they have to attend. And then after school, if it's football or the band has to travel, and these the track teams and things of that nature, they have had transportation through the school system. But I think it would be a good idea if the city had smaller buses that our children could be transported to these various activities.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, how would you address that issue?
I will address that particular issue by ensuring that we have investments in various ride-share programs and also expand the partnership with the City of Birmingham and our Birmingham on Demand, which is a part of the transportation issue with transportation component with the City of Birmingham. And typically the on-demand goes to various places where the city bus don't go. And so I think that it is a very safe rideshare program, and we can expand the partnership with MAX, the City of Birmingham, and the Birmingham City School System to ensure that our kids have a safe ride to the various places that they need to go.
And to each one of your points, there are school systems in America that actually do partner with their public transportation. In Flint, Michigan, for instance, the actual public transportation bus will take the children to any activity they wish to go. They actually come through the community. They have a school stop where the kids get on, and they take, if there's a karate class or if there's some other things they want to go to, they partner with the city transit system to get those kids to extracurricular activities outside of the regular school bus, yellow school bus. And so there is a partnership in other cities where they will ride the city transit system in order to, when their parents are at work and that kind of thing. And that started with that whole General Motors, Detroit, all of that. That started because those parents work first, second, and third shifts. So back in the day, that was an initiative in the 80s where the city transit started partnering with school systems to help them get the kids so they wouldn't be at home, idle mind, idle time. So that is, those are systems that are already in place. They are not in place in the City of Birmingham school system at this time. So thank you for that. What are your plans, and I will start with Ms. Magaha, what are your plans to help parents who are struggling with after-school care programming? Many of the school systems around the country, including your next door neighbor, which is Hoover, has an extensive after-school program and an extensive pre-K program at 3 years old. They also have computer literacy at 5 years old. So, Ms. Magaha, the question is, what would you do to expand before school programs where parents may have to be at work at 6, and after school programs where parents can't pick up until 6 p.m.? Do you have a plan of action for that? Do you think that's a problem? And if so, how would you solve that?
Certainly is a concern and probably is a problem because parents do have to go to work and children need to be supervised. And as it stands now, children go to school about 7:20. So I think that a good plan would be to have before school care, and as they do after school, the relationship between the home and the school is very important. And I feel like the closer we are to the parents, the better understanding that we all will have toward what is needed for our children. And so I think a preschool, as in time preschool, would be a great idea to help parents feel good about somewhere to leave their children before school in the mornings.
Thank you, Ms. Magaha. Mr. Parnell, what would you do to increase those type of programs before and after school for working parents?
You know, like I was saying before, we have to go into our communities and ask for the help. And also, before school, we have to, you know, schedule a time where our children can get in from school. And also, then when our parents are working, some of our parents work 12-hour shift and they can't get their kids from school and they need that extra help. And during after school care, we always want to plan ahead. You know, like I said, go into our communities, get our retirees, or do a ride share, something like that. That's my plan. I want to help our children, when they get out of school, they could, already have that ride available for them.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. Mr. Hall?
So as a leader, what I would do is invest in what we already have. And one thing I know that works is, for example, the 21st Century Grant, which Bethel Baptist Church has shown that it is an effective program. We can invest in programs like the 21st Century to ensure that our students have a safe place to go after school, to ensure that they are able to do their homework, learn, and they have all of the resources that they need. But more importantly, they have community members that they can look to and mentors that can be a part of their lives. I believe in the village mindset, and it takes a village indeed to raise a child. And so we already have key programs in place. They just need partnership and resources.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Our next question is we'll start with Mr. Hall at this one. What are your plans, and do you see a problem in regard to expanding outside of athletics, focusing more on academics, for activities for academics, again, going to music, going to the arts? What is your plan, and do you think there needs to be a plan to expand Birmingham City Schools outside of athletics and to focus as well on other activities that are equally important, technology, career tech, things of that nature? Do you have a plan in regard to that, or do you think there needs to be more of that, or do you think it's good the way it is?
No, definitely we do need to expand beyond just the athletics. I am who I am today because of arts. Had it not been for Dr. Bernard Williams, who provided me a choir scholarship, I would not have been able to attend Miles College and graduate from Miles College. So although I was not an athlete, but because of a musical gift, I was able to become the professional that I am and become a part of a middle class. And we have to raise this, like I said, raise the standards for our children. And so what I'm going to say is, like, we need to ensure that our kids have a promise, right? And so the Birmingham Promise need to also expand to, like, not just college, but also careers. We need to ensure that our kids not just graduating with a high school diploma, but for those who may not be going to college, may be able to get a HVAC certification or electrical certification or a skill set and a trade, so that when they not just graduate high school, they also graduate with a certificate, whereas they can now be a licensed plumber or a licensed electrician or a licensed whatever it is that they want to be. This takes our children to the next level. And this also give them some resources so that they can expand whatever opportunities they want to. We have to be the leaders who build the middle class and above for our children.
30 seconds.
And so I believe in dual enrollment. I believe in vocational training. I believe in the arts. And we need to make sure that our kids are able to choose what they want to choose, and we need to invest in that.
Time. Thank you. Mrs. Magaha, would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes. I think that while career education is very important and technology is very important, I think that systemic education is very important, organic education, if you will. The basic read, write, and arithmetic is very important. And we need to also ensure that our children know how to read and they know how to write, and they know penmanship, that they can express themselves. So when they do get to the point where technology is so important in their lives, they are not just depending on these things, but they can depend on themselves they have to think things through and reason. And so yes, athletics are very important. The arts are extremely important, and I like Eric here went to school on a music scholarship because I was not athletic. I went to school, and so did two other of my brothers, on music scholarships. And now those things should be provided for our children. And also the Birmingham promises that Mayor Wolfin, has implemented is very important. A lot of children are experiencing some great successes with that. So yes, I would be in agreement with the advancement of career opportunities and
30 seconds.
technological opportunities.
Thank you. Mr. Parnell, what would you do in order to make sure, I mean, we love football, we love basketball, we love the art of all things band and all of those things, but then there are kids who are left behind and they want to do other things. Are there any plans for you to help those children to expand outside of those other areas where we so much as a community focus on? Technology, expanding, the business clubs, arts, things of that nature. Do you have a plan for that? Do you think that's a problem, or you think you like it the way it is?
That's a great plan. It's like when I was in high school, I was in the choir. I was very active in the school system. I was on the basketball team. I played all athletics. And my plan is to get our students more involved, get them more active. When they come out of school, I want to do plan a youth team where they could go something they can keep their mind occupied when they get out of school, or summer school. When they get out of summer, I want to plan like a youth gathering for all the youth in the community to come together to get to know their neighbors, get to know who their peers are in the community. That's my plan.
Thank you so much. And our last question before we ask the questions from our audience. There's a lot of things. The kids now have social media. They got all kinds of platforms. It's just not one anymore. And there's a lot of distress and duress in schools. Not that there weren't before back in the day, but it's a different time. There's a different stress out there for these children. How would you, or do you think there needs to be more emphasis on conflict resolution, emphasis on mental health services, emphasis on any services to help these students thrive and grow and become productive citizens and productive from that standpoint? And what age do you think that should start at, and how do you plan to tackle that with the administration of record? I will start with Ms. Magaha.
Thank you. As a counselor with the Common Ground program that is now a part of the Birmingham City Schools, I'm strongly for having more opportunities to teach our children about conflict resolution. Because of our children's involvement and connection and ties, and cannot get away from the phone and the other apps that they use, the opportunity to have conversation lessons. People don't talk to each other so much anymore. And so I feel like the more they have opportunity to talk and to learn about how to walk away and to just not be so upset about so many things that's happening, I think conflict resolution is a big positive for our children.
Mr. Parnell, what do you think about conflict resolution, the mental health, programming in those areas to help students maintain their school day and schoolwork, but also maintain other things that might be going on in their lives. What are your plan, or do you think that's a problem that we need to address in the school system?
We also need more mentors in our school systems. My plan is to get more of our counselors involved in our children's school, because our children be going through something every day, and our children keep secrets, and that's not good. And we have to put them with a mentor that believes in them and wants to hear what they want to tell them and not share it with anyone else. Like, if they want to, like, for instance, if you go to a doctor and the doctor, if you tell the doctor, like, you want to commit suicide, we have to tell them that as well. Because I deal with mental health myself, and, sometimes it's hard to, talk to people because people be judgmental. And I don't want that. I want our children to feel safe and to tell someone what's going on with them. Thank you.
Mr. Hall.
So in response to the question that was asked, it is no secret that our schools and our communities are especially in dire need of greater mental health resources. As I said earlier, we have an administration that has already cut $15 million from the Birmingham City school system that will focus on mental health within our school system. It also focuses on conflict resolution. And so, yes, it is true. We do have to ensure that our communities and our schools have what they need so that our students and our communities both can be safe and successful. And so we need to start as early as pre-K, teaching our children how to negotiate, how to have appropriate conversations, how to advise or inform an instructor or teacher or an administrator that someone has done something that may have been inappropriate to them. In addition to that, we also have to go back to the old landmark. I recall when I was in school, Otis Dismuke, who at the point in time I think used to be a part of maybe JCCEO, but they had community school. And what they did back then was that when the child came to school, the parent also had the opportunity to come to school. And so the child went down one hallway and the parent went to the library or another area of the school to get what they needed, whether it was to acquire or find a job or to complete a GED or a high school diploma. The parents was a part of that process. And so that's the kind of things that we need to get back to. That's what we need to invest in. And also, as it relates to mental health, ensuring that our kids have a safe hotline or something that they can call at any point.
15 seconds.
To speak with a counselor. And we need to hire more counselors and social workers. 1 or 2 in each school is not enough to handle the students in our school system.
Thank you. At this time, is there any questions from the audience? We will take those now. Is there anybody with a question from the audience? If we see none, going once, going twice. We'll go over here to the Vice President of the, I'm going to let you tell them that.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Herschel Hicks. I'm the Vice President of Smithfield Estates Neighborhood Association. This is for Mr. Hall. I want to know something about, you already in office at the Board of Education, right? You're not, but you have a lot of history about the money and everything been moved around in there. I just thought you was already working for the school system. Yes? Okay. Are you a school board member?
No, I'm not a school board member. But I will say anybody that's running to represent and serve you should have already done their research prior to meeting with you.
And you already have? Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
sir. And I want to say something to Ms. Magaha. I want to thank you for being an educator. You excellent in my eyesight. Mr. Parnell, I appreciate you coming out. Thank you, sir, as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much from your neighborhood leader. Are there any other questions? At this time, we are going to, do we have one more? Oh, yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Claude McCann. I'm a resident of District 9. I have a basic, simple question, I think. Obviously, there are many issues facing District 9, but what I would like to know from each of the candidates, what is the number one priority that you're going to attempt to address in District 9 if you were elected to that council seat? But we're in the school board, I'm so sorry. The same question would apply to the school board. What is the primary problem that you would attempt to address in the school system if you were elected to the school board? And those of you who are running for the council seat, I'm going to ask that same question for the council seat. But for the school board, that would be my question. Obviously, you're going to have to address many things, but that one specific thing that you just really feel that if you were elected, you need to jump on and deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with Mr. Parnell. What's that one specific thing that you need to jump on in District 9? As the audience member asked, what is that one specific thing you think? And just for District 9 and the students in this area. Go.
Get more teachers. Get more teachers, and because of that, we want to do more after-school programs, and for our students that are in need of, they might need a one-on-one teaching. And because of that, I had to have a one-on-one teaching to get my high school diploma. So to answer your question, we need more of our teachers to help our students graduate and where they need to go.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. Ms. Magaha.
One of my main priorities is to try to build a better bridge between the home and the school. I think that when we engage our parents more, there will be a better understanding of what's going on in the home and what's going on in the school. I think that a flow of concern helps a child feel safe and secure. He knows that home is supporting school, and he knows that school is supporting home, and everybody is pulling for their best interests. So that will be my main priority, the development of a better tie between the home and the school.
Thank you so much, and Mr. Hall.
All right, so I am committed to academic excellence. The number one priority for me would be academic achievement and ensuring that our schools in District 9 that's below the mark, that we raise those grades for those schools within our district to ensure that our students are competitive and that we go from a C average to a B and ultimately to an A.
Thank you. We have another question from the audience.
My name is William Muhammad with the Committee to Save Jefferson County. I wanted to ask this question. I want to start with Brother Eric Hall, and then anybody else who want to answer can answer. One of the things that we were concerned with was the fact that we got so much rubber stampism in politics, and it affects the citizens when people come out and ask the citizens to vote for them, and then they end up being rubber stamps for somebody who's carrying on the agenda of corporate Birmingham. But Mr. Hall, I wanted to ask you this. I met with the superintendent, and he's a great guy, and I fully support him. We are working together with him. We work with him to establish a police academy so that we can get more students involved from school into the pipeline of being in the police department. But when I hear people talk and they mention you, they are afraid because you are a co-founder of Black Lives Matter. You've been a neighborhood servant. You've been out here working in the community. They feel like you're too radical, that you can get up there and you ain't going to work with the superintendent. So would you address that?
That is a question specifically for Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And anybody else that wants that? Mr. Hall?
So my job as a board member is not necessarily to be friends. I'm represented to stand on business, and that's the business of the people who have elected me to serve and represent them. And so I'm running to, one, ensure that our school system is safe, but also ensure that the current superintendent or whoever the superintendent in office is doing or working within the guidelines and the rules and the parameters that the board has set for that particular superintendent. And so I'm going to simply stand on business. Now, I do support the police academy training program. All cops aren't bad cops. However, I do think that when it comes to policing, we need to ensure that we have a community policing model, and that our kids are safe from what they mean. But I don't necessarily, I'm not against all cops because I represent Black Lives Matter. And what I tell people this, me being a leader with Black Lives Matter is three things. One, Black Lives Matter is a national organization, and we do come under a 501c3 model. Two, Black Lives Matter is an affirmation for Black people, because I believe, of course, Black is beautiful, Black is bold, and so forth. But more importantly, and what we tell everybody, we address systemic injustice in all of its forms. And so wherever there's an injustice, I, of course, will always be a leader that will speak out against injustice, because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And so I'm that leader that's going to speak out. But it also, Black Lives Matter is a declaration to those who are in places of power that do not value Black lives.
Time. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Would anybody else like to address that? You're good? All right. Thank you. All right. Your current sitting school board member, just for your information, is Mr. Jason Meadows, District 9 board president. He has decided not to run, and so that is why he is not here. The schools that are represented in District 9 are Wylam, Tuggle, Southampton, Wilkerson, Carver High, and Jackson Olin High School. Those are the schools that, if one of you are chosen, they will be represented in this area. At this time, we'd like for each one of you to take 30 seconds, give me your best shot, your best parting shot as to why these citizens, this Facebook audience, and this streaming audience should elect you to represent District 9 on the Birmingham City School Board. I want to go with Mr. Hall first.
So first, let me say thank you so much to the committee for allowing us to, one, have a voice. We have been, as a school board, we have not been invited to many forums because there have been an emphasis on merit and council. So let me say thank you for allowing us to voice our platforms. On August the 26th, I asked that you all to go to the polls and elect Eric Hall, a proven leader, a proven voice. And think about leadership, what leadership is: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage.
Ms. Magaha?
Do you remember the poem, Everything I Ever Needed to Know I Learned in Kindergarten? And in kindergarten, there's a safe place. There's a place of love and encouragement. And so that's the kind of space that I'd like to see happen in our schools, not just for the kindergartners, but for all of the students during their entire time until graduation.
And Mr. Parnell.
Yes, I will work hard for you, your community, your kids, I would do anything to help our kids succeed and also
15.
get more people involved in our community to help our kids get what they need and what they want. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody, let's give it up for our candidates for District 9 Birmingham City Council. And again, don't forget to vote. The polls open from 7 to 7, and you are standing in a voting poll area right in this church. I don't know where y'all are holding your polling. I want to say it's in your fellowship. So this is a voting box, an actual. So you all will have a voting box machines here. So for District 9 candidates that live around here, there's an actual vote. You're standing in it. It's going to be right next door. So don't forget to come here 7 to 7. We're about a week or 2 days out. Give it up one more time. Candidates, you are excused. At this time, we're going to change it out. We're going to keep it going. And we're going to go back to City Council District 9. And we will be brief. Mr. Franklin and Mr. Hilliard. Welcome back in. You are joining a community forum at Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. Welcome in, and it is live streaming. Thanks to Mr. Tate and this wonderful organization, and to the pastor of a record. We definitely really appreciate being here today as we continue, Pastor McGee, as we continue, Pastor McGee. Going into our next phase. I want to thank the candidate of record, Mr. Franklin, who was here. Mr. Hilliard had gotten a call. He was not aware, so he rushed over here, so we waited for him. Thanks to his opponent, these two have been gracious men, and we're going to continue on. Every candidate has been invited. The young lady that was here, Ms. Collins, she could not make it. She had a prior engagement, and she has made other forums. I do want you all to know that there's another opponent in here. Your current serving city councilor was invited, Ms. LaTanya Tate, and she did not have any, we did not hear back from her. Am I correct? The folks who have organized this did not hear back from her, and she's your current city council member. So the two opponents of record are Mr. John Hilliard and Mr. Franklin. Welcome to today's forum. We're going to continue on. Mr. Hilliard, we're going to ask you to give your opening statement. Mr. Franklin, we're going to ask you to do yours again. Mr. Hilliard, you may go first.
Good evening.
30 seconds.
Well, good morning. It's exciting to be here and to be back in a place of God where I shared a lot with this church in my former position as on the city council. We worked a lot together on community issues and cleanup programs in the area. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to going back to the Birmingham City Council so we can continue the work that we've done in business, economic development, public safety, and all of the great things that we accomplished while we were in the City Council. So John Hilliard is my name.
Time.
I'm excited.
Mr. Franklin.
My name is Richard Franklin once again. I'm running for Birmingham City Council District 9. District 9 is comprised of 19 neighborhoods, 6 schools, 18 parks. We're the area in Birmingham where we're really the distressed area that everybody talks about. So today, I want to go through my platform, talk about my plans, but more than anything, let's get down to business and solving problems. So I'm excited to be here I thank this organization and I thank this pastor. And before I put the mic down, I want to just take a moment of silence for Bishop Calvin Woods that he passed.
Thank you. Here's your first question. Mr. Franklin, you've answered this, so I'm going to start with Mr. Hilliard, and then I'm going to re-ask it so you could have equal time. Is that okay? Okay. And then we'll be back on track with equal time. As one of the members of the City Council, Mr. Hilliard, each with equal power, what approach would you use to make decisions?
Well, first
2
of
minutes,
all,
and you do get 2 minutes per question.
repeat that again. I'm trying to.
As one of the members of the Birmingham City Council, each of you with equal power, what approach would you use to make decisions?
Well, because of the because of the Mayor Council Act, the council's power lies in 5 votes. First of all, you have to know how to build relationships and communicate with your other colleagues to get something really done. The council is a very powerful industry when it works together to protect the citizens of the city of Birmingham. So I would use my skill set on building relationship and understanding what each one of my colleagues, what their needs are in their community. Fortunately, our needs are really basically the same. So, the same thing that needs to be happening in District 9 is something that needs to happen across the city of Birmingham. So I will use my skill set and relationships to work with my colleagues to take care of the business of the city of Birmingham and affect our budget as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Franklin, knowing that you all have equal power, what approach would you use to make decisions at Birmingham City Council if elected?
First, it starts with the neighborhood and communities. Anything I ever vote on, it will always go back to what the neighborhood and communities want. We've seen that be an issue throughout the city and throughout District 9. But also, more than anything, my colleagues on the council, we must stick together. I hear a lot these days about counting to 5, but over the last 8 years, I've only seen the city council vote against the mayor 2 times. They vote unanimously for the budget over the last 8 years, unanimously for the budget. So I want to get into a talk about, if we're going to really do something, talk about what's in the budget. The meat of the council and the power of the council starts with that budget. And if we don't start voting the budget down, then we're going to have issues. And I used to work for the city, so people will know it won't stop city business. It will revert the budget back to the previous year budget, so things will continue to run. So let's get into a deeper conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Franklin, what is the biggest challenge currently facing the city of Birmingham, in your opinion? What is the biggest challenge currently facing the city of Birmingham, in your opinion?
Crime. Crime is the #1 issue. Even though crime is down, violent crime is up. And I think many of the things that we talk about that affect many of our communities is the disinvestment. Things that we used to have in the city that we invested in, we don't invest in anymore. And I often tell people we must go back to the meat of a community. We must invest in parks. We must invest in our park and rec centers. We must invest in our libraries. We must invest in our schools. If you look at the city budget, the budget is a $591 million budget, and it's been growing the last 4 years, breaking the record, but you see little investment going on into the neighborhoods. And the last piece that I want to say is that even if you look at trash, we all talk about the city being nasty. We used to have 2 days of service. Now we have 1 day of service. So therein lies the problem, and it was voted on and it wasn't discussed. So the biggest thing I would say, crime, but all of those things in my mind goes all together. But crime is #1 because right now there's a perception, even though here we say it's down, but nationally, when you look at when we finish where our numbers are, Birmingham will probably be #5 in the country with homicides. So crime is really not down. It's just down from last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hilliard, what is the biggest challenge you think the city of Birmingham currently faces, in your opinion?
Well, first of all, let me say this. Crime is definitely, public safety is a huge issue in our community. I will address that by going back to community involvement. We need more community involvement from our churches, from our community leaders involved in our crime in our city. I think that Committee to Serve Jefferson County said something very well, that they went to the school board and they implemented a program that will help guide young children into our police force, because we're short on our police officers. So that's something we really need to look at. And I will say this, I won't do what our present council person has done. She took almost $500,000. She sent it to Philadelphia, and I don't hear much talk about this. She sent that money to Philadelphia to get somebody from Philly to come to District 9 of Birmingham and talk to us about crime. And ain't nobody has said a word about who is that man, what his organization is, and why would we pay him $500,000 to talk about crime and show us in Birmingham how to save crime. I'm mad about it. I want to know more about it, and you should be asking questions. Where is your money? Why did they send that money to Philly to do something about crime in Birmingham? That's why she ain't here, because she don't want to face some questions and she don't want to face some answers. But I will specifically make sure that your money is spent well in District 9 in the city of Birmingham to do something about crime, and I'm mad
30
at
seconds.
everything about it.
Okay. Mr. Hilliard, what is the biggest challenge currently facing District 9, which you are trying to be elected to represent?
Wow. You know, we have issues in District 9 really affects the same issues across the board in the city of Birmingham. I want to first of all say we got to conquer blight. Blight is a big issue in our community. How would John Hilliard conquer blight? I will work with my other colleagues to pull together what I call a blight bund, a bund that we would float to gather up tons of money to come in and clean up these abandoned lots, these abandoned houses. I've researched it. I brought in some investment bankers. I brought in some people from New York and Atlanta. We drove District 9 street by street, and we realized we need to clean up these lots and these properties so that we can bring new developers in. Some of our small business developers, some of our investors that flip homes and know how to do it, they want clean properties and a clean slate. District 9 can be as awesome as any of the other communities around Birmingham. So that's one of the things we would, number one, do. Now, let me tell you what I have done to help District 9. I want you to think about this. I've worked on homes and houses matter of fact, in my opponent's community. We built homes in that community. I cut ribbons for new homes across Birmingham, down near Jackson Olin area. We have done that. Not only that, let me tell you this. A lot of people try to take credit. They all rush down to Bermanport. They rush down to Bermanport to get attention. But Bermanport is a water port that borders District 9. I put the seed money down at Bermanport to raise $8 million, where we have just built a structure down there that would house and generate economic development and create jobs.
15 seconds.
I want to say to you, I'm working hard in District 9, and I know what to do from day one. Thank you.
Mr. Franklin, what is the biggest challenge currently facing your district that you're trying to represent, District 9?
Let me stand up when I say this. We're lacking unity and leadership. It goes hand in hand. We have not been brought together. We have 4 state representatives that represent this area. We have 2 county commissioners that touch our district, and we also have 2 state senators. You may say, Mr. Franklin, why are you bringing it up? Because with those titles, it brings money. But what we have going on, and it's been going on for a long time, we don't work together. We don't leverage that money. So that's a lot of the issues that we have. If you go into the Dolomite area on 10 Mill Road, Commissioner Scales is the representative, the county commissioner. She actually put money to fix that road. But we as a council, we have to give permission. So one of the things, most people don't know that, we're not leveraging in all our positions that we have. So many of the issues that we talk about from the roads, when we talk about with the blight, we don't have a plan. So that's the other piece why I said we all have to come together. It may sound simple what I'm saying, but think about it. You've never seen it. You see pockets of it of who like each other. You also hear when it's done, you never see these things. You're going to see me as the council person, everything that I'm saying, because I already have the ability to bring everybody together, and you're going to see it. This is going to be a new District 9. It's going to be a model, not just for District 9, for the city of Birmingham. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Neighborhood investments, neighborhood revitalization. Concerns have been raised about the unmet neighborhood needs and disparities in city services. Some candidates have criticized funding cuts to neighborhood associations. What is your plan to re-engage not only neighborhood associations, community leaders, clergy, and others around you to help you lead? Mr. Franklin, I'll let you go first, and then Mr. Hilliard.
Well, first, remember I talked about that budget? Now I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room. That $2 million the council the last 8 years has approved it. So what I would do is not approve it. There are things that are in the budget that we're sitting here talking about, not just in District 9. A lot of rhetoric is going on, but you have to have the courage to vote no. And when you just vote no, you're not just voting no, you're letting other councilors know, let's stand up. Let's stand up for the people that elected us. At one time, the neighborhoods used to get $5 to $10 million. You say, how will I engage them? I will have every 2 months, I will have meetings in District 9 where you will be able to talk. People say, Richard, why are you saying it? Because if you've been to a District 9 town hall meeting, it's wrote on a piece of paper. No, we're going to talk with each other, and we're going to have solutions. And what I'm going to do is have the staff there, and I'm going to take it back to the mayor. The example that I give people is when you bring issues to me, every Tuesday, I will notify the mayor and his staff of what's going on. And then when it comes to the neighborhoods, I will not vote on any project that you have not been told about, and I will not vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard.
Well, first of all, let me say this. The city council is a body that really is independent of what we have going on in the city. If the council was to work together, you would be more powerful than you could ever imagine. Unfortunately, because of the Mayor-Council Act, the power has been shifted towards the mayor's office. Now, the mayor doesn't have a vote on the Birmingham City Council. And that's very interesting to me, because you have no vote on the Birmingham City Council, but all the money that's raised comes to the mayor's office, so that then the mayor can pick who he wants for the Birmingham City Council. Those are things we've got to change. We've got to change. And let me tell you where that starts at. That starts right here in your neighborhood, right here in your community. Neighborhood officers are very important, and they're more powerful than people realize they are. But we can't accept it. We can't allow government, which is your city council, I'm going to say city hall, to have these CROs that comes in, and now they're taking over and telling the people what they can and cannot do. I have a problem with that. When you have power, you have to learn to use it. And what I would say to our neighborhood officers and our committees, you have a lot of power. And you could use your power to really exercise it to make a huge difference in the city. Now, when I served on the council, I fought like everything to make sure you had the money you needed to go on your conventions and seminars, to make sure it was there. And the city, the mayor's office, fought against that. Didn't want you to have it. All I want our community leaders to remember, who fought for you when you really needed it and to make it happen? John Hilliard is that candidate. I fought for you, and I'll fight again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. As a sitting city council member with this Mayor-Council Act, as so many of you have illustrated, that it is hampering, it's hamstringing you to when a constituent calls you and says, I need help in my community, and the answer is, well, I can't do nothing because of the Mayor-Council Act, because the mayor, department heads. But what would you do to avoid that? Because what appears to be happening is that when people get elected, they have amnesia. And when they get elected, and right before an election, all of a sudden stuff is getting done. What would you do to make sure that your commitment to the community is a continuous thing? And what would you do to make sure that that Mayor-Council Act does not hamper you from working with others or doing things that you might have to go outside to do, maybe on your own, Mr. Hilliard?
Wow. I often tell people there is power in the position. Now, don't get me wrong. I tell people a lot of times titles are one thing, but just by having titles and experience and knowledge, if you know how to use it, you could do a lot with it. So, John, what do you mean by that? Well, let me tell you, as my title as a Birmingham City Council, I use my knowledge from my past lives in the legislature, from my past lives as a voting poll chief right here in this community. I use that in my relationships to make a difference. So what we did, the mayor came to me, he says, hey, I found $58 million in the budget. I can remember like it was yesterday. I said, you did? He says, yes, and he slid it over. He said, this is what I'm gonna do with it. I said, Mayor, that's very interesting. I wish you well. He said, you gonna vote for it? I said, no. He said, well, why not? I said, Mayor, you didn't ask me what District 9 wanted. What's in it for us? Tell me how this affects us and what made you come to a conclusion without asking me first. The citizen of District 9 wants to know what is going to happen for us. So he said, well, what do you want? I said, I'll tell you what I want. I want that One Pratt Park finished. I need the money for One Pratt Park to make it complete. So every time each and every one of you walk through that One Pratt Park, remember, that was because I knew what to do and I knew how to handle it. And we got the money for One Pratt Park.
30 seconds.
And we cut the ribbon for One Pratt Park. I did that. Thank you.
Mr. Franklin.
I don't want any more power. I want to follow the rules we have because my background is dealing with the Birmingham Board of Education. Many of you know me in that role as a union president. I've never been a board member or superintendent, but guess what? As a council person, I understand the power of negotiating. You have to negotiate from the beginning. You have to go in knowing what you want. The power of voting no. I want everybody to realize, yes, the power was taken from the council. But if the council is currently always the last 8 years voting everything except 3 items down, you're giving your power away. You can't negotiate anything, even in the budget. When we talk about One Pratt Park, Railroad Park is in the budget. Every other park that's not in our area is in the budget. Go look at the park and look at the upkeep. It's the council's job to advocate, legislate, and pass a balanced budget. It is not the council's job to run the day-to-day operations. The council job is to advocate. So the issue that even you gave former Commissioner Smoot, what Richard would do is I would advocate to the mayor's office of what my neighborhoods already want when issues arise. I know I cannot direct department heads, but I have the ability to email and let them know what's going on and also let the mayor's office know what's going on and hold the mayor accountable when there is no response.
30 seconds.
And the biggest thing is that when issues arise and the mayor won't answer, the council still has the ability to add neighbors and community to the agenda and let them address the mayor.
And your next question. It appears that council members are currently very, very silent. It also appears that the council members have not been very vocal in regard to the Waterworks Board, in regards to some major things that have happened. And would you be a rubber stamp vote, or are you comfortable being independent and standing alone with your community? Mr. Franklin?
Those of you that know me, I've always stood alone, and that's what makes you a leader. I have not been elected to the Birmingham City Council, but I'm the only candidate that is sitting here that took the time to spend my money to go down about the waterworks. So I will never be a rubber stamp. I will always vote with the people's interests. I know that I have to negotiate things, but guess what? When I'm negotiating, I will always communicate with you to know what I'm negotiating on. So they're silent because they've been compromised. And before I go to my seat, go look at everybody's campaign finance. You'll understand why people are silent. Look at my campaign finances. I'm funding my own campaign. I've been going door to door. I was very light-skinned before I started. I'm turning darker. But at the end of the day, I'm here to represent District 9. I'm not playing, and I'm not against anybody. It's about you, the people, and you have a decision to make on August 26th. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
Wow. You said a lot when you talked about that water system. It strikes a nerve with me. It really, really bothers me. I'm going to say that, out front. I served in the legislature for 10 years. Every year that I served in that legislature, it was their talk about taking the water system from Birmingham. They want the water system, they want the airport, they want the police department, and they want your fire department. They want to turn it all to regional government. And let me say this to you. We have to be vigilant from the beginning. People often ask me the question, whose fault is it that we lost our water system? Well, first of all, let me say this. When I served in the legislature, Dick Arrington, the mayor of the city of Birmingham, he was vigilant. He had somebody on top of that stuff from the governor's office to the city council's office. It was across the board. And let me tell you this, I got a problem with that because I realized that our house was left unattended. And that's why we lost our water system. And I'm going to tell you something. You can get near fights on that city council if you want to. You see what we got with the current one we had? Nothing. Now here we stand now talking about you need somebody with experience and who know what to do. I tell you this. You didn't lose the water system up under John Hilliard's administration when I served in the city, on the state legislature. And you won't lose anything else if you get somebody who knows how to govern and make something happen. I can make that happen. I have the intel, I have the knowledge, I have the experience to help you maintain away from regional government. Thank you.
Last question before we take a question from the audience. In the current administration and your current representation, why are you running? What is wrong? Why are you running? What is wrong with the current leadership at this point in time that has possessed you to run against a sitting incumbent? Mr. Franklin?
First of all, I'm a person that believes when you're a leader, you get ahead of issues. The issue that I see is that we're reactionary. When crime was bad, we were reacting. It was our fault. That's what was told to us. When the roads are messed up, they say it's our fault. So I put myself up. But first I was asked by the people, your neighborhood officers. I'm from the Smithfield community. They asked me to run. Then some kids asked me to run. Then my neighbors asked me to run. So the people have faith in me. It starts with the people. So I'm running because, hey, we got to do something, not just different, but we on life support District 9. We have 19 neighborhoods, and the median income in District 9, when you average all the neighborhoods up, is $23,000 a year. We have two grocery stores, but where they sit, majority of our district is in the food desert. Nobody wants to talk about it. We've been disinvesting. But we've been voting on everything outside our district. And before I go to my seat, they played a trick on us. They built a stadium and they built an amphitheater in another district, then turned around and said it was in District 9. We're not gaining anything by these amenities being in our district because none of the money goes back to our district. So guess what? If it was 1%, where would we be? So when you say, why am I running? It's time for change. It's time to do something different. If you believe that everything's okay, keep what you have now or go back to what you had before. But I'm telling you, if you want something different that's going to make a change and hold me accountable, it'll be Richard Franklin on August 26th.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hilliard.
Wow. I want to thank Mr. Franklin for bringing up and talking about the amphitheater and talking about that improvement in that system down there, which is now in District 9. And I'll be very honest with you. I'm excited to have the amphitheater and all of that in District 9. I mean, let me tell you why. I personally chaired economic development. I worked hard on getting the amphitheater into the Birmingham area. I went to Live Nations, I went to Atlanta, I went to Nashville, and I worked with them to bring the amphitheater here. Why? Because it provides jobs. We have people from District 9 that work at the amphitheater. even though the tax basis off of it goes to that county system. But if you realize the Birmingham hotels are reaping a lot of money. I'm excited to say to you is that we need to be bringing more jobs into Birmingham. Let me say this. I'm not a rubber stamp. Matter of fact, I'm too old to be a rubber stamp for anybody. And I will say to you that I will work extremely hard like I've been doing, like I worked on Berman Port and bringing that port here. I was so excited to see us receive that $8 million. And I'm going to tell you something. That came with negotiations with the senators, our state reps, and our state legislators. We couldn't receive that grant money without having their support. So I believe in networking and working with others. What you'll have in John Hilliard, you won't have a rubber stamp. You have proven leadership, and you'll have someone who believes in it. And I wrap up by saying this. I preached aviation in our last time. And at Carver High School, at Wilkerson Elementary School, I gathered the kids up, got them involved in education and aviation, and started to push. And I will continue to push for my aviation clubs. And last but not least, let me say this. Together, we'll make a difference. Proven leadership in John Hilliard. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will entertain questions from the audience. Are there any questions from the audience? District 9, Birmingham City Council. Any questions from the audience?
Good morning. My name is Vincent Long. I live in District 9. 2 questions, please. There is, on the Forestdale Boulevard, a MAX sign that says that facility is going to be used, I assume, for the MAX buses or transit as a facility. I'd like for you to touch on that in District 9. And the other thing is, I am the youth deacon at Bethel Church. I've worked with kids. Some of them are now 34, 35 years old. I coached basketball for 17 years. You know, during the tornado, we lost our Family Life Center. I go every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with one of our elder deacons who suffered major surgery on his spinal cord to the Bessemer Sports Complex. They have swimming pools, indoor facilities, exercises, and things of that nature. There is no place in District 9 in the western section that facilitates our children, our senior citizens, to have that type of facility. Would you be able to bring something like that to the western area? Right now we have Housley, Sanford, and McAlpine. The pools are closed in East Thomas. And would you address that for the family life, for the seniors, for the children, and those of us that need a facility like that? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Franklin?
I guess I'll start I don't think I said, I used to be the City of Birmingham swim team coach, and I also work with Park and Rec. So when you hear me talking about the budget, what's changed is in the city budget, we're not investing in Park and Recs. We're not investing in our rec centers. I didn't get a chance to say, but I'm glad you asked that question. There is a plan on the books to get rid of McAlpine and Ensley Rec, which I'm totally against. The plan is McAlpine will become a senior citizen facility and Ensley Rec will be some kid center. They have a family fun center they're talking about at the Crossplex. The reason I'm against it, when I was City of Birmingham swim team coach, and one of the things you just said, a lot of our kids, and they don't come from good family background, so most of the things we're talking about is spending money. So under my administration, we will invest back in rec centers. I've already talked with a lot of people that's running for council, and that is one of the big things we're going to advocate for. And even when it comes to our senior citizens, it is a travesty that we have rec centers, but our senior citizens are having to go to libraries and go to One Pratt Park to have a service that used to be provided for through the City of Birmingham in the budget given to Park and Recs. Even though they're separate entities, don't let anybody fool you. The City of Birmingham puts money into Park and Recs because that's a game that's always been played, that it's the Recs' fault and this and that. If we put the money there, we have to do it. And when it comes to max transit, we have to also leverage more money to have true max transit in the City of Birmingham. And I wish I had more time to talk about that.
All right, Mr. Hilliard.
Wow, thank you. Your first question was about the Max Transit, and let me tell you this. I appointed Pastor Darrell Cunningham of the New Birth Baptist Church to the Transit Authority. In doing that, they went to research and find out how could they bring and expand Max. That's an example of it. So when you see that project going up, that's happening in District 9. That's economic development in our community. More people will get jobs working out in that area. That's the type of foresight that I was fortunate to be able to work along with and have. So I want to say kudos to Pastor Cunningham for having that vision. Now let me talk to you about this. A lot of you don't know this, but you see those little transit bus that say Birmingham on demand, those little Mercedes-Benz buses, they move you around. How many of you seen that move around Birmingham? You've seen that. You can ride it for $1.50. That's a John Hilliard project. I went to D.C. and I sought out how could we improve transportation in Birmingham. And I thought to myself, I said, wow, how come we can't have an on-demand system for Birmingham Transit? Because I listen to the people that ride the buses, and I used to ride the buses, and people say they never arrive on time. You don't know when they're coming. They don't come to your house to pick you up. They come to your block. But guess what? Transportation on demand will come to blocks if you're in a radius to pick them up. That's something that I brought to Birmingham to help move around. So every time you see one of those transit buses or those little mini buses, think about Hilliard, because we help pull that in the area. Those are the type of experience don't come from out of just being on no city council. It comes out of knowing how to connect with people. You've invested in me, and it's now my turn to give it back to you. Thank you so much, John Hilliard.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Thank you, Mr. Tate. I appreciate you, Mark, of a good audio engineer. I got 2 mics now. Got a third one over here. I do know how to use microphones. That's my world, and I quite enjoy and thank you. Very grateful for being here. Thank you both. At this time, we're going to ask you to take 30 seconds to tell us why you deserved to represent these great people, this great audience streaming, and this is critical as you wrap up. I know you're tired, so you do have a question? You got to make it brief for me. I'm going to accept that. They told me to wrap it up. We got to get to the mayor's forum. Please be brief.
Thank you. I'd like to know from both candidates, what are you all going to do about all these overgrown lots, all these abandoned houses in Birmingham? It's been like that for years. This has not just started.
So you're sitting in a place right here, which was the grounds of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. I like to say missionary because you're sitting in the grounds that was wiped out by a tornado, wiped clean, just wiped out. And there was a promise in this community. I covered that story. There was a promise that FEMA funds were coming, that there was going to be rebuilding. There was a plan. In fact, there was a plan to rebuild out here. The guy that's building in Hoover and Trustville, his Signature Homes, had brought a plan, not under the current administration, but the administration before, that looked like, if you are familiar with Robert Trent Jones golf courses, it looked like Ross Bridge. I was there. I was in the room when they had that meeting. I was serving in my capacity. And had it laid out. This gentleman is the largest home builder in America, one of the top 5. He went to Huffman High School. He graduated from UAB. And they kind of patted him on the head. And the plan was to build in Pratt City around, that was wiped out. And the plan, and it's in the record, was to also have it built with the library, the fire. It was beautiful. I saw the plan. I saw it myself. It stunned me. So to your question, you are absolutely right. Never got done. Don't know how it stalled out. And don't know where the funds went. They did something with the funds. I know that FEMA had originally had $4 million in funds. That's where it started. Don't know where it is. That was another administration. So to answer your question, Mr. Franklin, I'll start with you. What is the plan? 1 minute. And then, Mr. Hilliard, what is the plan? And certainly you can talk to these gentlemen after this forum.
So you have to have a plan. We've been tearing down houses, not building back. Then we turn around and say we don't have money because we're wasting money. But guess what? All those private-public partnerships, Daniel Payne College, there was a plan, and this plan needs to be restored, where you would bring housing to this area. We need to do a public-private partnership. And I'll be very excited, and that's something I'm already working on, because it's people that look like us. And when it comes to dealing with us, we act like we can't do private-public partnerships. But more than anything, you all, we need to have a
30
plan.
seconds.
It's very simple. You see every year the council vote on the budget to tear down houses, but we don't have a plan to build back. Under my administration, there will be a plan to build back, and it will be broken down by each area.
And Mr. Hilliard.
Well, I've said this several times, but I'm glad you asked the question so I can say it again. I brought in some investment bankers from New York and from Atlanta. We rolled Birmingham and we rolled District 9 district specifically looking because I needed ideas and I wanted to reach out to someone else who could help me thinking. They thought about it and they said, John, in Detroit, y'all remember Detroit was just like ripped up. Economic development, everything had failed in some parts of Atlanta. So we looked around and we saw that you could create blight bunds. A blight bund is a bund that will be floated on the value of our revenue in our cities. We can float a blight bund and raise millions of dollars that could go in and clean us up, and we can look like Vestavia, Hoover, and Homewood. I'm going to fight to clean up District 9, but all the city of Birmingham with whoever our current mayor is or our council people, we're going to pass that. And I'm going to fight for that every day I'm there. Thank you.
Time. Mr. Hilliard, you get to go first, and then Mr. Franklin. 30 seconds. Give us your parting shot.
Wow. Let me say this. District 9, I love you. My blood flows through District 9. Everything you gave me the opportunity to serve you as a voting poll chief when I was a young person, and I worked my way up from the voting poll chief to being on the state executive Democratic committee. I'm a proven leader, and in proven leadership, you know the things that I've done, and I want to ask you to give me the opportunity to complete the job and bring my experience that you've invested in me back to the Birmingham City Council. Thank you so much. John Hilliard, August the 26th.
Mr. Franklin.
On August 26th, you have a decision to make. Do you want to keep what you have? You want to go back? Or you want to vote for somebody that's tied to City Hall? I bring a fresh face, new ideas, bringing us together. To me, it's very simple.
15 seconds.
I'm saying things that we've always said we wanted. If you want something different and you feel we deserve better, give me that opportunity to work with you and work together. It's not just about me, it's about us. On August 26th, vote Richard E. Franklin Jr. for your next Birmingham City Councilor for District 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we give it up for these candidates? Thank you all for attending. That concludes our forum for City Council District 9. Vote August 26th. Polls open at 7 and close at 7. We will now regroup. And again, there are refreshments in the vestibule you may take and partake in all of that. And we will set up right now. Give us 2 minutes and we'll be right back. Point of clarity here. I did receive a call while I was on the dais from Councilor of District 9, LaTanya Tate, who had told me she had not been contacted. I contacted the organization, she's listening out there, of record, and I did send her a message back per the organizers. If she would like to, we'll be here another hour. If she would like to come, they would accommodate her with equal time, and she can do that. If not, this will be rebroadcast, and they may do something with her to run something within the broadcast, because it will be broadcast several times, and so she can get an equal time. Keep in mind, point of clarity, this forum does not have to do that. Repeat, this forum does not have to do that. The organizers are being gracious as they allowed Mr. Hilliard to come in as well as any other candidate. So just for those of you in our Facebook audience and for the audience of record, if Ms. Tate does appear, we will have the forum, and then if she appears here, we allow her to address you and for you to address with the same questions. Thank you so much. We'll be right back right after this. Only a few days left before the election. We're about to start in 60 seconds. If we could get everybody to take their places, get ready. Mr. Russell, where are you? This is Mr. Woodson. Move me on the inside. Because we're going in alphabetical order. We're checking on Mr. Littlepage. If not, we're going to continue so we can get the candidates going. I've been there. It's a grueling long week and 2 days. It was a week and 3 days. It's grueling. And these candidates have been running for quite a while now. I'm going to get my directive right here from Ms. Marcia. Mr. Littlepage was here, and dynamic young man had to leave. He had a prior engagement. So the organization of record is apologizing to him. And if he gets something, as if they do this, they will rebroadcast this. They will allow him to get his speech in. Okay. Are you ready, Mr. Tate? Yes, you are. Welcome into the Forum of Record, the Citizens Forum of Record, presented to you by Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, where Dr. Larry McCree Jr. is the pastor. I do want to say that, just for disclaimer, that the church is not endorsing candidates. The church is merely allowing the community to use the location and the Church of Record as a community gathering. I will say that I was at a forum in Hoover, Alabama, where they're also having races all around the state of Alabama, because they want municipalities and elected school boards and city councils to run together. That is by state law. That's the first time. So it's very active in places like Pleasant Grove, Fairfield, Midfield, Lipscomb. We had a forum at a church in Brighton, a forum at South Shades Crest Baptist Church with Hoover, a forum at Guiding Light Baptist Church, a forum at Pastor Wesley's church at Greater Shiloh. And the clergy has agreed to open their doors to the community to host civilized communications and informational sessions with the community. No church is endorsing. I want to make that very clear from the organizers. They're just allowing members and others in the community of record to utilize the space. So thanks. Can we give it up for those people who have done that allowed, and we're not afraid to utilize just the community space? I know a lot of people often complain that churches don't allow anybody in after Sunday, and if it's not their members, they can't come, and if they didn't tithe, they're not allowed. So this year has been different, and it's not just been in this community, it's been in all communities around the counties of record, not just this county. Shelby. I don't know what that is and how that happened. Maybe they had a big meeting about it, but I want to thank those locations, the churches of record, for allowing community to utilize the space. At this time, welcome into the Forum of Record today at, again, Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, the mayoral questions, and the mayoral candidates. And again, we will go over it. You will have approximately 30 seconds to introduce yourselves and tell us your platform, just 30 seconds in your opening and 30 seconds in your closing. You will be allowed up to 2 minutes to answer. We're going to do a speed round with a minute toward the end, and then you'll give us your parting shot. You've been through this many times with me before, and it's good to see you. I know you're busy. Again, campaigning, folks, is hard. That last swing, that last week, I've been there. I don't even believe it. You don't even recognize yourself. You lose weight. As Mr. Franklin said, he got a little darker. He got tan. He's out in the sun knocking on doors. And certainly these folks have been to many, many forums. And can we give it up for our candidates? Because they have been out here and they've been diligent, and I have watched this group, and I'm very honored to be before all of them who've decided to get before this community to run. We're going to go in alphabetical order and introduce the candidates at this time. The ones that are not here, Ms. Scales had a prior engagement. Ms. Marilyn James Johnson is not here, and Mr. Randall Woodfin is not here. And those were the notes from the organizers. At this time, we will start with Ms. Gavan. I'm sorry, Mr. Africa has joined us. Mr. Africa, Ms. Gavan, Mr. Rice, Mr. Russell, and Mr. Woodson. Mr. Africa, 30 seconds and your opening statement.
Okay. Good evening. Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning. I'm Kamal Africa, born and raised in Smithfield, former neighborhood president in East Thomas. I have an extensive background. In fact, you can put all the candidates combined. They cannot touch my 40 years of community service, getting things done, like forming a merchant association, $3 million for Smithfield. Langford hired me to make sure he had 3 votes on the county commission. That is why you have new schools in Jefferson County. I got Bobby Frank Cherry put away after 39
15
years.
seconds.
I got Bobby Frank Cherry put away after 39 years of walking free. That was the last bomber of the 16th Street Baptist Church. Richard Arrington did not call anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gavan.
Just one point.
Wanda Gavan, do you have your mic?
Can you? Oh, thank you. One point of personal privilege: I would not be here if it were not for men such as the great Honorable Dr. Bishop Calvin Woods. So I certainly extend my condolences, and I think it is most apropos to do so in this house of God. For those of you all who do not know, if you failed to get the memo, missed it on Facebook, didn't see it on Twitter or Instagram, I am State Representative Gwendolyn Lee Gavan. I stand here proudly today to be the first woman ever endorsed by the Jefferson County Citizens Coalition to head the ticket, to head the ballot for mayor. So with that, endorsements don't vote, but people do. But with that being said, I'm running on a platform of CPR, crime, to conquer, control, combat, P, people protection and progress, R,
10 seconds.
Reinvest, restore, and revitalize our neighborhoods. NAP, our Neighborhood Advisory Participation Program, and for crime, certainly we're going to deal with community policing by our Birmingham Protect and Serve Community Policing Act, and our children, your child, our child program, where we're going to revamp the programs for our children in this city. I am State Representative Gavan. Thank you.
Mr. Brian K. Rice.
Hello, I'm Brian K. Rice. And I'm running for mayor because I'm extremely concerned about us having an effective government in the city of Birmingham. I'm extremely concerned about ethics in City Hall. I'm extremely concerned about public officials selling properties to themselves and to their friends. That's why my number one focus is ethics and the economy. I am committed to the underserved. I will never abandon the under-resourced neighborhoods. I will continue to invest in the other areas, but we must uplift these other areas so we can create jobs across the
15
city,
seconds.
opportunity across the city, and a lot more. So just want to say, vote Brian K. Rice, August 26th.
Mr. David Russell.
First of all, let me thank you for having this opportunity. Let me also give a prayer out to Mr. Calvin Wood, because I'm not a native from Birmingham. I'm a native from Livingston, and I learned a lot of my civil rights actors through Reverend Calvin Wood, so my condolences still go out to him. But my name is David Russell. Again, I told the moderator that I might have to leave a little earlier because I do have another engagement. But my main concern is dealing basically with some of the economic problem that we have in the city of Birmingham. And one of my main goals, the first day when I'm elected, if I'm elected, the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put boots on the ground as officer that would be able to
5 seconds.
to put our kids in the proper perspective. Because they just passed a bill that if a child missed 8 days, that he.
Time. Mr. Woodson.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
One moment. Yes.
Hello, I'm Frank Woodson. Glad to be with you here today. I'm a son of the Most High God. I've been transformed by God and am being transformed. I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a grandfather. I've got experience in economic development, community development at the municipality level, so I work with 2 mayors. I've got experience working with leadership. I've got experience working with regional economic development, and that's what we need here in Birmingham.
15.
We need someone with experience of working with leaders, effectively working with other leaders to get things done. I do that. I'm looking forward for the opportunity for you all to learn more about me and to serve you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. Our first question, what's important for our city right now? What's important for our city right now? Mr. Africa? 2 minutes, go.
The most important thing, which you all must understand, is that America is facing a Mad Max syndrome. Black folks are on the menu. You're not sitting at the table. You must not put another unconscious person in that mayor's seat, even if you don't pick me. You better pick somebody that has a consciousness. Security is a major problem right now. You're not going to have growth and business development, nor people wanting to live in your city if you don't have safety. So my plan will be to get 500 to 800 patrol force on horseback, foot, motor patrol, to build Black Wall Streets in Ansley, 5 Points West, Smithfield, the little business district of Pratt and Wylam. I drove through Eastlake and Woodlawn the other night. In fact, I called Brian and told him about it. It's disgraceful that all the money goes to that side of town,
1
nothing
minute.
to the west side of town. Out in the northwest side of town, when my parents moved out there across from Sun Valley School, they had a grocery store. They had a movie theater. You elect me for mayor, I'll make sure we get things done in our community without apology. I'll do what Maynard Jackson did in Atlanta, what Coleman Young did in the good days of Detroit, and what Marion Barry did for black businesses in Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Ms. Gavan.
Would you repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am, I would. What's more important for our city right now?
Did you say more or most?
Most or more? What's most or more important for our city right now?
For someone who has worked in city government, worked for several mayors, actually working in administration, working at the Public Works Department, putting myself through law school on the back of a garbage truck, being a city employee, listen, the realization is we're here. We're 1 week out from an election. And the reason I pause is this. We know the issues. You drove here, you see the issues. The Birmingham city lacks administration. You can roll all of these issues up that everybody's talking about. At the end of the day, there needs to be an administrator in City Hall who, first of all, cares about you, who understands the role and the undertaking, who understands the importance of when troubles come within a city. You can't move just when the troubles are coming. You already need to be prepared before they get there. It's simple. Birmingham lacks an administrator who can get the job done. My plan is one that is easy. I'm going to work with the neighborhoods. I'm going to sit down and we're going to develop a plan for each neighborhood. We're going to fix the potholes. We're going to pave the streets. We're going to pick up the paper. But doing it and not having a plan to keep it clean, once you do it, it's for naught if you don't. We must come up with a plan of action that's going to work for the city of Birmingham, in which all people, all citizens can participate. Again, we know the issues. And as a matter of fact, I'm sick or tired of hearing about it. I want to hear about the real solution and the plans to move Birmingham forward and to make Birmingham great again. Simply as I've said, make it make sense, Birmingham. We know what the issues are. The question is who's going to solve the problem and fix the issues for a long-range plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brian K. Rice, what's most or more important for our city right now?
We are in Pratt City right now. We're less than 1 mile away from 1430 Pratt Highway. We have citizens who live on that contaminated land. We need to have that land tested to make sure we're not doing the same thing we did several years ago with Oliver Robinson. That same property, it's things like this that bother me. We've given $5.3 million to buy those 52 lots just less than 1 mile away. We've given the developer $2.9 million of our cash, another $3.9 million of our cash, and we have no development less than 1 mile away. We must stop this spending of our money and no development being completed. Mayor Larry Langford said, we're tired of having these groundbreakings. And he was talking about that when we was talking about Railroad Park. He said, it's the first time we're not doing a false groundbreaking. We're doing false groundbreakings over at 1430 Pratt Highway, Ramsey McCormick and Inslee, the Crossplex. Everywhere where our communities are, there are false groundbreakings. We must hold our city officials accountable. I am committed to ethics. I am committed to making sure we invest in the underserved. But then in addition to that, we've been having a lot of conferences, a lot of debates, a lot of forums, and we're only talking about one side of the city. We must understand that there's a city of white people too. There's a city of others. We must be honest about what is going on in Birmingham.
30 seconds.
And I just want to be honest with you. Vote for Brian K. Rice because I'm committed to learning the history and applying it to make sure we do the right thing going forward. We've been electing politicians, and they've been repeating the same failure over and over and over.
15.
Vote someone else. Vote Brian K. Rice.
Mr. Russell?
Yes, the first thing I would do is I would have Mayor Larry Langford name placed on the Crossplex. I think that's a project he started and well deserved. They're just like the amphitheater. The amphitheater is one of the engines that should have been out to the Crossplex. And the most important thing I would like to see, I would like to grow the city of Birmingham. As one time you know that Birmingham was the largest city. Now I think it's number 4. Now what I would do when I become mayor, I would take an Annette, Midfield, Lipscomb, Brighton, everything from down through 280. Places like Dolomite, those areas. I would involve in putting all those areas into the city, because why you want to put them into the city? Once you become again a number 1 largest city in the state of Alabama, all the federal dollars still are going up to Huntsville, Alabama. They will return down here. This is how the city of Birmingham was able to collect money for the Social Security building, the bank, and also the FBI building. We can grow the city so we can get the revenue. I would bring those cities in, because every student you bring into the city, the city of Birmingham get $12,000 to grow the city. They also would get money on what we call the number of rooftop you have in your city. That's an economic base. You get money on royalty that you bring into the city. So that would give the city of Birmingham an engineer. Third thing I would do.
30 seconds.
Third thing I would do, I would make sure that we have parole office on the street for all our kids, because they just passed a rule for kids missing 8 days out of school. That kid we put in reformatory school. I would make sure day one that all the kids that had not attended
15
the
seconds.
school, they would be able to have a patrol off to make sure they get to school. For several reasons. First reason, when a kid attends school, again, like I said, you get $12,000. You get other money for other things like lunchroom money in terms of school.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Woodson?
Test. The biggest challenge, problem that Birmingham has right now is leadership. Just a failure of leadership. Where are we going as a city? That's the question. In my mind, Randall Woodfin is not the problem. He's not killing anybody. He's not throwing trash out his window. The reason why he has to go is not because he's the problem, but because he's not the solution. We need a leader that is the solution. A leader that's going to build a team. I'm not going to go pick up trash. I'm not going to do no administration. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm going to hire those people. And I'm going to hire the best of the best to come in each area, and they will be in front of the camera and talking about what they're doing to improve it. The needs in Birmingham right now, I have experience working in municipalities in leadership and economic development, director of economic development, director of community development. I've worked with presidential administrations in community economic development and government. I know what needs to happen. We're going to clean up Birmingham, and we're going to clean it up immediately. We've got some 20,000 vacant houses. We've got some 40,000 vacant lots, and right away we're going to reduce that within the first year. We're going to put in a real adopt-a-lot program. So if you take care of that lot on the left or right side of your house, for 6 months to a year, we're going to give it to you. And we're going to start removing that off, and people will care for it.
30 seconds.
We've got 20,000 vacant houses. We're going to use the land bank to clean those houses up, to take away the acquisition cost. And if you put $60,000 to $80,000 into that house, that will be your mortgage. That means affordable housing for the next 30 years. We're also going to use contractors, local contractors, black contractors to do the work, and they're going to hire our young people in an apprenticeship program with a nationally recognized program. We've got to have solutions that really work and do multiple things.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. Point of clarity, and Richard Arrington had one of the biggest annexation plans in the history of the state. And when the tax base was moving out, he masterfully went in and roped in unincorporated areas. At this time, you are number 4. The city of Birmingham has been number 1 since the 1800s. Then it went to number 2, then it went to number 3, and then it went to number 4. Part of that was because of annexation. Huntsville is now number 1. Mobile County became number 2 because they went in and pulled in Arrington. I call it pulling in Arrington. They went in and got a bunch of unincorporated areas, and they built their city, and now they've got those voters, and so now they went to number 2, and the Montgomery area went to number 3. Birmingham's number 4. And the number 6 city is Hoover, Alabama. So things are changing rapidly, but annexation is real. But one point of clarity you need to know about annexation: you cannot rope in Lipscomb, Brighton, Fairfield, or any Midfield or any other city unless they say they want to be wrapped in, and then you too need to incorporate their debt. The Jefferson County Commission has tried to do it. The city of Birmingham has had those talks in the last 20 years. That was a point of clarity for the audience. At this time, the next question is building new homes in commercial spaces. Building new homes in commercial spaces. Ms. Gavan, what is your plan to build new homes in commercial spaces in the city of Birmingham?
I have a plan. Listen, first of all, before we can talk about building new homes, we must deal with the rent, R-E-N-T. We have individuals right now that are paying more in rent than they can barely afford to live. We need a rent moratorium here in the city of Birmingham. Not everyone's going to be a homeowner, but since we're talking about home ownership, we must focus in on not just affordable houses. In order to build a livable community, you must have affordable and you must have market rate. Why? Because people deserve choices. We can talk about land banking all we want to. I was one of those legislators. For the last few years, we've passed every kind of land banking bill it is. The problem is that the land banking is moving too slow and it's not working up to snuff. But in order to just build a real city, we've got to build communities. Birmingham has not had a real housing development built since Oxmoor, and a portion of that is in the cutoff. We need comprehensive plans that deal with clusters of housing. She mentioned Hoover. Hoover is building 5,000 houses, but they're building communities. Communities are houses that are at least 50 to 100 to 250 in nature that build clusters of housing. Why is that important? Because if you're building clusters, you're building families. Single family housing breeds people. Birmingham now needs people because we are down so many people because they've left. We are number 4 behind
30 seconds.
Huntsville, Mobile, and Montgomery. But my plan will be a plan to build houses, to work with the black contractors, but other contractors, but also to make building housing in our neighborhoods an incentive to those who want to do business in Birmingham. We're going to rebuild some developments, but we're going to figure out how to use the land base that we have to build housing developments. This is the simplest way to do it. I don't care who else comes behind me, but unless you can build housing developments that's going to bring people, you're not going to build these communities back. Thank you.
Mr. Rice, building new homes and commercial spaces. What is your plan?
Testing. Okay, so from 2019 to about 2025, we've seen probably thousands of apartment units and lofts be renovated in downtown Birmingham or built brand new. They were using low-income housing tax credit to attract investors, new market tax credits to attract investors. They're using the Federal Opportunity Zone to attract investors. They're using the Commercial Downtown Development Authority or Downtown Redevelopment Authority. They're using all these incentives. We need to make sure these incentives also get to these other areas where we also need to develop as well. In places like West End or places like Bush Hills, the Federal Opportunity Zone was removed for 10 years. 2018 to 2028, it's 100% write-off. It's taken away from the majority of our communities, taken away from West End, taken away from Central Park, taken away from Fairview, taken away from Inslee, taken away from Wylam. And everyone knows that one single page slide on every zip code in the city, signed off by Mayor Randall Woodfin, sent to Governor Ivey, and then we're locked out for 10 years. So it's very important that we focus on incentives in our communities. In 1990s, the Birmingham Chamber of Commerce, they created a list of about 20 different ideas on how to add incentives to housing for housing development. All the ideas are out there. We just have to be intentional about making sure they come into our communities. We also have been seeing NCRC with the development at 1430 Pratt Highway, the development in Bellevue, the developments in Woodlawn. They are using our tax dollars and they're giving them to out-of-state developers. And then locally, our own developers are not getting access to this money. And most of these developments are not being complete. So we need to be intentional about investing in local business who are intentional about building more housing in our city so we can keep those tax dollars in the city and we can build more housing here.
Thank you. Mr. Russell?
Let me go back and kind of iterate a few things I said about annexation. First of all, I left off Forestdale. All of those communities that I named by annexing to the city of Birmingham, all of those people pays garbage fee. We passed 12 years ago a referendum that Birmingham would not be one of the cities that pay garbage fee. Birmingham and Bessemer are the only two cities that don't pay a garbage fee. We passed a referendum that Birmingham would not be able to charge the citizens of Birmingham a garbage fee unless it get approved of the people. Second of all, you're talking about building homes. The first thing I would do is everybody that come to work with the city of Birmingham, I would give them $15,000 and a piece of land. Those veterans that on the street, all those houses that you demolished down, I would utilize that material from those houses and build every veteran, whether you under the bridge, out of the bridge, wherever you are, I would build them a home because everyone knows that if you've been to the wall, sometimes you come back, all of your marble not in the right range. So I would utilize all of those funds in terms the material that come from these houses that we just tear down and take the lumber somewhere, you can get enough material from those houses that you tear down to build every veteran a home in the city of Birmingham. Second of all, those houses he's talking about for the homeless people, they don't even have a bathroom here. I would do the same thing for them. We call them dog houses. So the city of Birmingham can really grow. Also, I would utilize all the resources that we have in terms of putting in a package. Make sure that the citizen of Birmingham would be the first-class citizen that we might live in. Again, every person that comes to work on my administration, city employees, I would give them $15,000 and a piece of land and build a house for them themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Mr. Woodson.
I really, test, 1, 2. I really want to take my time and say this right here. My focus immediately would not be new housing. It would not be new businesses and the like. It would not, because in the western, northern, and parts of the eastern part of town, the poverty rate is about 34%. We've got 32,000 seniors. Most of them are living on fixed income. We've got retired city employees. They're not going to afford a new house, and we're not going to build new houses in 66 of the 99 neighborhoods because the market won't sustain it. To build a new house, you're not going to build it under $180,000. Miss Millie's not going to move to a $180,000 house. We've got to take care of our most vulnerable. We have working class families, you all. We need to spread these lots out. We're not going to build lots in Bellevue Heights and all of that. It's taken them 20 years to build 10 houses for something like $12 million. They don't sell. The market doesn't support it. Now, here's the other things. We're not going to deal with the food deserts, the grocery stores, until we stabilize the communities. If the housing units are in decline behind Parkway East, Highway 78, over here on Highway 75, over in Bellevue, if they're on decline, then the businesses aren't going to come there because you're on decline. They want to be a part of a renaissance. They want to have a plan for the redevelopment of Parkway East and what's going to happen with the housing and how we're going to take 20,000 houses and bring 60,000 people back. They want to be a part of something. I was a HUD housing developer during 2008. I know what I'm talking about. All this sounds good. We've got to build our business corridors with an economic development strategy to recruit new small businesses.
Time.
We'll do that.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. Also, and our next question, Mr. Caff, I'm sorry, my problem. Okay, not intentional, Mr. Africa. I am, yes, sir.
A lot of us have some similar ideas, and they're absolutely right, all of my colleagues up here. And particularly, Mr. Woodson, you are not going to sell a person that's making $15 and $18 an hour a $180,000 house. It's not realistic. Brian talked about the federal opportunity zone. There are two people sitting at this table that fought for Wylam, Pratt, downtown Inslee, 5 Points West. Those areas were excluded from the federal opportunity zone. I met Brian 2 years ago. He was already working on it. We got together. Brian took the case to court. I was just support in terms of doing law research. Nobody else, none of our leadership sitting here or anywhere else spoke up about it. We asked them to speak up about it. They didn't even use their platform to speak up about it. Why you need federal opportunity zone? Because it gives an incentive financially and tax rebates for you to build commercial as well as residential. We have to get the minimum wage up beyond where it is now for people to, and I would consider affordable. I would think if it was like from 80 to 135,000, I think that's fairly reasonable. But we've got to get the income levels up. Number one is safety.
30 seconds.
If it is perceived that the community is fairly safe and clean, you can get people to start coming back in. The Regional Planning Commission had a plan back in 2017 that was presented to the current administration. And guess what,
15 seconds.
When the current administration got in office, they ignored that plan. I will revisit that plan. I know the director very well with Fraternity Brothers.
Time. Mr. Woodson, would you like to rebuttal? And Mr. Rice, would you like to rebuttal? Since your names were mentioned, you have 30 seconds. If you wish to take that time, that's fine. If you wish to pass, just say pass.
I would want to say this right here. The housing that I'm talking about and the land bank. The land bank, y'all, it depends on who's leading it. It's just a tool. It doesn't fix anything. It's the people. So we got to use
15
these tools.
seconds.
And if we don't get people back in these communities, then our churches will suffer, the rest of the remaining businesses will suffer, and it will all collapse around us.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Rebuttal. Since their names were called, Mr. Russell's, yours was not. We're just allowing them to rebuttal because they were directly mentioned. Mr. Rice.
And just to add to the Federal Opportunity Zone thing, program, it's in place from 2018 to 2028, so we've lost that opportunity. But under the new beautiful tax bill, it's coming back at the end of 26, the beginning of 2027. So we must be prepared to make sure the right communities are included. We cannot have someone who works at UAB and works in the Economic Development Department and selected everything around UAB. We must be intentional about making sure it is fair across the city.
Thank you. Rehabbing, expanding, better utilizing our existing homes and our existing storefronts. Rehabbing, expanding, better utilizing our existing homes and storefronts. What is your plan to work with existing businesses, existing home owners, and keeping the rehab going and expanding? Let's start with Brian K. Rice.
So I'm thankful that Wonderland Gavan brought up the other day, State Representative Gavan brought up the Morehouse SGA Friends. We have seen a lot of deals done at the City of Birmingham that is going to Atlanta that just don't make any sense. So let's talk about existing homes. We've seen $500,000 go to Greymont and College Hills to do minor repairs on homes to a group called House Proud Atlanta. We've seen the same thing in Wylam, a group called House Proud Atlanta getting $420,000. We've seen the same thing with the Crossplex. Morehouse Friends get the $1.4 million no bid contract for the Crossplex. We're seeing this with the Atlanta Drone Company. Friends out of Atlanta are getting these deals. So we must invest in local first. And anything that's related to housing, that does two things. We get our housing developed, but then also we're building up local contractors. We're building up local businesses. We give more opportunity here. One of the things that I would do in the first 100 days is meet with as many business owners as possible across the city. So call it all business owner meeting in the first 100 days. Those in the thriving areas and those in the neglected areas. And we must figure out a way to remove any interferences that are stopping development. We have to restore these buildings so we can put businesses in there, so we can figure out a way to increase the living wage in this city. We have to increase how much we're making. We're talking about affordable housing, but we're poor. We're so used to our poverty that we're celebrating demolition. Let's celebrate development.
Mr. Russell.
First of all, I had the opportunity for 2.5 years to work on the Birmingham Redevelopment Task Force. And those are some of the things that came out of the Redevelopment Task Force. Now, when I'm elected, I'm going to take downtown ends, make it like a Black Wall Street. I'm going to take the Nixon bill and put into a building where we can be able to house at least a city council or county commission in those buildings. Because then I'm going to turn around and name 19th Street after Eddie Kendrick, Avenue I, and we'll name it after Paul Williams. And when we're going to do the thing where we're going to celebrate those two guys. You know, those are guys are formula of the temptation. So we not utilize our resource as we should do. So there's a great opportunity for us to put money back down to ends, because all the development money that was down to ends, it was moved to Woodlawn. Council of School money was moved to Woodlawn. They supposed to have put $4 million into a council of school, which they didn't do. And what I want to do, since we have around 2,200 kids who was in the foster care, I want to take the council of school and turn it to a foster care, something like the art museum, where kids can come and stay and live. They don't have to be living all over town. And people say, why is that? We need to do that because in the city of Birmingham, you have about 72% of head of household are female. So this would give the female some relief. Every child, every police station, fire station, I would make sure that those stations would hire at least 5 students from the public school of Birmingham. And therefore, they would be able to give them a job so they can help those parents to pay their bill. So this is a great opportunity for us to branch out, move back into the black community, and make things happen.
15.
Make things happen in Ensley, Wiseland, North Birmingham, and those Pratt City, those other areas. The money that was taken from those areas went over to the south side.
Mr. Woodson?
Here's what we do with the businesses, abandoned buildings and the like. I currently have a partnership on one of my organizations with the Small Business Administration of the U.S. We also have partnerships with GEDI over at Auburn University, Government Economic Development, with the EDAA, some other folks that work in economic development. We'll come to each section of town and we'll look at them to see what their unique problems or challenges and concerns, and we will develop an economic growth strategy for Parkway East, for Roebuck, for Arkadelphia and these vacant buildings and the like. Cities don't develop buildings and that kind of deal, so we'll bring the landowners together, we'll see what can be aggregated, and we will create a plan for Highway 78. We will create a plan, but also for 5 Points West and for Ensley. Now that plan won't be for that economic area alone. It has to be for the whole area. So that means that we've got to attract dollars around it for infrastructure, for community development as well. And now you're inviting them to a movement. We'll bring in real economic developers, not just staff guy that works somewhere. We'll complete projects. And we know how to recruit businesses. Right now, we're not recruiting businesses. Our teams will go to the shows that are all around the country to recruit businesses. We understand why the Crossplex has failed, because we promised when we recruited all of those businesses to the Crossplex.
30 seconds.
We promised them that we'll have an anchor of the Crossplex and that we would have an amphitheater over here, and then you can bring your barbecue restaurants and the rest and fill in. What they secretly did was when they heard we were going to put a Crossplex on the west side, they plucked it, put it over here. And that's why all of those restaurants backed out. They betrayed us on the western side of town. They didn't communicate with us and let us know, and the projects failed. I won't do that to you. I will stand for you.
Thank you. Mr. Africa? Rehab, expanding, better utilizing our existing homes and storefronts. What's your plan? Rehabbing, expanding, better utilizing our existing homes and storefronts. What is your plan to deal with existing businesses and keep them in the city of Birmingham and homeowners as well?
I was the founder of the Smithfield Merchants Association back in 1983. There's a reason black businesses and black contractors, well, not just black contractors, but because if you look at my sheet that WGLD failed to look at last week when they excluded me from the Carver Theater, you would have seen who my major contributors were. They were small businesses. They were regular people. They were black contractors. There were a few white contractors. They got behind me for a reason, because I have been pro-business for a very long time. The federal opportunity zone that I mentioned, that only myself and my friend up here sitting here, there are only two of us that fought for it. You know what neighborhood they did not exclude from the federal opportunity zone, y'all? It was only one in the black community, Smithfield. You know why? Because I'm head of the Merchants Association and I was on top of it. They would not dare mess with Smithfield. That's why Smithfield is in the federal opportunity zone. It was never excluded, but they excluded 5 Points West. Where was the leadership? They excluded Wylam, downtown business district. Where was the leadership? Where was the leadership in Inslee? You don't have any. And if you had it, they weren't on their job. When you put me in, you will have a critical, analytical thinker, and I will also
30
have
seconds.
the top people from around the country, if I have to recruit them, if I can't get them locally, to make sure that they will never disrespect the black community again.
Wandalyn Gavan.
Listen. Can you all hear me? Listen. From one end to this table to the next, these are the same comments that I hear every time I'm running for office for the State House. From when I started working on political campaigns many, many years ago. The question is implementation. We know what it takes to draw business in our areas, but the problem is nobody's implementing it. All of these are pretty good ideas that are coming down each end. At the end of the day, until you clean up this city, until you make these neighborhoods, these storefronts viable, it's not going to happen. Developers drive these neighborhoods all the time. When they drive, they're looking and they have a checkoff. Are the streets resurfaced? Are the neighborhoods viable? Is this an opportunity or a neighborhood where people will come to shop? Are there cars parked all over the yards? Is there paper everywhere? And until you can clean up your city and clean up where you are, you're not going to get the type of investments in storefronts and viable businesses. I'm just going to talk straight talk with you all. I said, it's 10 days left. It all works hand in hand. And until we get the infrastructure, until we rebuild back these neighborhoods, when people come in, yes, we need anchor tenants. I've been the one preaching about anchor
30
tenants.
seconds.
If you don't have an anchor tenant to drive much of this growth, you're going to just build and rebuild back some of the mom and pops. But guess what? They will eventually fail. My plan is simple. We're going to bring in the anchor tenants, but we're going to fix the problems that
15.
surround in order to make the businesses sustainable. That is why you see every door that opens in a few months is closed, because the businesses are not sustainable, because they don't have the proper infrastructure. And that's what we need, an administrator who will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question, same type of question in a sense, development, housing in the area, but what would you do specifically for this side of town? Mr. Russell?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I live in Pratt City. I live right off Cherry Avenue. In 2011, that's when the storm came through Cherry Avenue. And that time, President Barack Obama was the president. They had a plan to redevelop the whole Pratt City area. But what happened was William Bell was the mayor at that particular time. Instead of William Bell going out to get co-engineer to clean the place up in like a week, they used his partner, I can't think the guy's name was over the water work, to pay $13 million to have the place clean up. And what happened to the place is the place didn't get cleaned up in time, so the federal government took the money from Pratt City. Pratt City's supposed to have been a #1 city. They took the money from Pratt City and took it carried down to Tuscaloosa. This is why when you go through Tuscaloosa, you see Tuscaloosa, how it's growing. That money that went to Tuscaloosa, that old President Obama had for Pratt City, it should have gone to Pratt City. Pratt City would have been developed. This is why they closed down Daniel Payne School, because they didn't build those houses back, so Daniel Payne School didn't have enough students, so they had to close Daniel Payne School and merge the school down with Southampton School. So what I would do, I would go back to D.C. and see, can we get that money redeveloped for have Pratt City become a #1 city in the city of Birmingham, because the money, like I said, was already there.
30 seconds.
Second of all, I would also make sure that each community would get a share of money for their city. But I can't say enough about the money that should have gone to Inslee, Wiles, and Pratt City. That money went to Woodlawn. that money would have stayed down in ends. We would develop ends again like a Black Wall Street. We could have developed a lot of things down in time Ensley. So again, there's some money still available for that, and I'll be willing to work to get it.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson.
I'll say when it comes to Pratt City, the money's no longer there in D.C. What people didn't know was that in 2011, I wasn't just working as a nonprofit, I was working with FEMA. We had offices in FEMA. President Obama wanted to make Pratt City the first $1 billion recovery in American history for that disaster. In those offices up there, they had me come out into the community and to create a community team at a local church here. And I went over there with Pastor Williams and began to set things in place, but the local people didn't understand what I was doing. So we had politicians that were in and represented this area. They kept undermining our efforts. Mayor Bell had appointed me to be over faith-based and the response and all of that, and he put me over that, and I was organizing. Therefore, that's why FEMA was working with me. Because of the way our politicians treated FEMA, what they did was they moved out of Birmingham, went to Montgomery, and made the decision to make Tuscaloosa now the focus point for the recovery. That's what happened because I was a part of it. There was $1 million worth of lumber that the governor called me about to come here. I tried to get the armory to put it in. They would not allow me to put it in the armory. I sent it to Tuscaloosa. That happened twice. So Pratt has just been undermined to the nth degree, but it's not too late.
15.
It's not too late. Our communities can be redeveloped. We can do more than do a half a park, but we've got to have a real plan. And right now there is no real plan, and there's no plan on the table because people do not care about us.
We have been asked to have a rebuttal by Ms. Gavan, 30 seconds. One moment. Go ahead, Mr. Woodson.
I'm sorry.
Rebuttal. Yes, sir. 30 seconds.
I need to rebut because in 2011, when that storm hit, I got Scott School open, boots on the ground every day, on the phone with Pastor Lewis to get the center open to begin to move the processes around here. Now, what I will not do is allow anyone to come in here with makeshift plans and to sugarcoat things that they have done
15.
that were so great. At the end of the day, when this city and this area needed someone in 2011 to bring the National Guard in here because of looting and folks' properties being taken, it was Wanda Van that demanded that. So I cannot allow that conversation to take place.
May I rebut that?
20 seconds.
Sure. Look, I didn't know who was the political leaders on the ground. I just know that they were the problem. I told Reverend Williams that these politicians and other folks on the ground were the problem. Those politicians confronted me about that during that time. I was just communicating what FEMA said, that there was a problem and they would pull out because of these politicians.
Time. Okay, we're going to move on. The next person is Mr. Africa. Yes, sir. Speaking of rehabilitation, storefronts, existing things, and what are you going to homes? What are you going to do for this side of town? Specifically, this side of town. Not downtown, not uptown, not midtown, this side of town.
Tess? Okay. I'm so happy you asked that question because I consider myself West because I live at Center Street and 11th Court. That is called infamously Dynamite Hill, where the first bombs went off. I'm a victim because when I was going to the gym, I was enjoying retirement for the last 5 years, and I was going to the gym every day with my grandkids. I didn't have a gym to go to in Birmingham that was fully equipped, like they've got on Highway 150, that complex there, like Hoover has, like Alabaster is building with only 33,000 residents and a fraction of our budget. We got a $591 million budget. We don't have a gym that we can go to in the city of Birmingham that's fully equipped with an indoor swimming pool. Mr. Bell, who supported my colleague sitting next to me, built in Fountain Heights a $3 million gym, and those dummies didn't put the swimming pool on the inside where you can enjoy it year-round. So the first plan will be, after I take care of the security, getting the foot patrols, would be to have a first-class or world-class athletic and entertainment center. You're going to tell me black folks don't have culture? We shouldn't have theater? We don't have a theater anymore. When I was growing up, we had something called Black Fire Theater. But the current administration tore down the Elks Lodge.
30 seconds.
So I'm also going to demand that we get our $5 million back from Birmingham Southern, and we're going to redistribute that back into our community. Forestdale, I'm going to ask the citizens there, can we annex them for population, and Brighton, because I want the industrial park to build an exhibition driving complex. We have to get the population back up. We need athletic complexes where people can exercise and get healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gavan. What would you do for this side of town in housing and retail and cleanup? What are you going to do for this side of town?
Listen, first of all, I'm asking everyone in here to go to gavanformayor.com. My plan is simple. The first 122 days, that is 99 neighborhoods, 23 communities, we're going to get this city cleaned up. Mayor Langford did it in 23 days, the 23 communities, but we're going to combine both. That's going to be the first thing we're going to do. We're going to clean this city up. Secondly, we're going to deal with the issue of crime, for which no one at this table these past 4 years, now that everybody's running for mayor, everybody's running for mayor because they think the mayor that's there is vulnerable. No one at this table said one thing about the number of deaths, the crime, the trash, the brush, or litter and debris. But I am here today because I'm going to move these communities forward. So my plan of action is going to be this for our crime: the Birmingham Protect and Serve Policing Partnership Plan, where we're going to deal with de-escalation training. We're going to deal with the issue of putting crime plan in each neighborhood. We're going to also allow for substations to be put in our high crime areas. We only have about 300 and something, not quite 400 law enforcement officers. We're going to get law enforcement officers to make our city safer so we can bring businesses back. That's number one. We're going to fix that public works department down the street, where we're going to get more people working. Right now, there's less than 500 public works employees. Why am I talking about these as plans? Because you cannot continue to run a city that is not being run by not offering the services that you need.
30
if
seconds.
you do that, you'll bring business, you'll bring development, and you will have better and what is called livable communities. A plan for our children. We have 17 freaking swimming pools, only 4 of them open, and I wouldn't let my child swim in not one of them.
Seconds.
Make it make sense. These are the things that build communities. Park and recreations, better park designs, better developments. We have children swinging in pools, but when the foot hit the ground, if it's raining, guess what? Their feet are drowning in the pools. Let's work to build a better community, and that's what I'm going to do. Go to gavanformayor.com.
Thank you. Mr. Rice, what are you going to do for this side of community, this side of town?
I'm glad we're very specific about this side of town. One of the first things I would do as an Alabama A&M grad is to contact Alabama A&M about Birmingham Southern. We have to figure out how to move that deal forward. The next thing, when it comes to development in our communities, there's an amendment called Amendment 772. It says if you add to economic development, then you can grant resources. We've been granting resources through Amendment 772 to a lot of other types of companies for years, but for some reason that's not getting to our communities. Let's give you an example. We've used Amendment 772 to give $9 million to the Rams of McCormick. Let's think about 7 blocks in downtown Inslee. If $1 million went to each block, we're able to develop several blocks because we as African Americans have learned to do a lot with very little. But if you put that $1 million on each block, now we got 7 blocks that look very well versus 1 lot and that's completely cleared, and there's no development. It's things like that. So now that we're in Pratt City, I will investigate everything associated with 1430 Pratt Highway. I will investigate everything associated with the Crossplex, the Ramsey McCormick. Also, I'm extremely concerned about how Scott School was acquired. They said it was in an urban renewal district. It is not in an urban renewal district, but no one that day checked the laws, checked anything. But everyone that day knew it was wrong what they were doing, and everybody put their head down, and they voted to go forward anyway. So we're going to be accountable about how we spend funds in our communities. We're going to be committed to building business across the city, because we must support more jobs, we must support more families, we must support more youth.
15 seconds. 15 seconds. Do you want to take that time, or you want to yield?
I'm good, thank you.
You will yield. Mr. Russell?
Okay, first thing I would do.
Pardon me, why would you like a rebuttal? Why would you like a rebuttal? Was your name called? Okay, he was stating politicians, and that's why, since she's a sitting rep, I'm going to move on. Mr. Russell. Mr. Russell.
Okay, thank you. The first thing I would do, I would take down where the BJCC is at. BJCC pays no tax to the city of Birmingham. The city of Birmingham use all their resources that they in turn tow down Caraway Hospital with no cost to BJCC. I would bring BJCC back into the fold and make sure that all the money that should have gone to the city of Birmingham would be going to park and recreation, so we could repair all of the parks throughout the city of Birmingham. So when you come to open up the pool will be open on time. And let me share this. I might have to leave. I got another engagement. Second of all, one reason I'm running. The city have got money for down 4th Avenue, got money twice. Nothing ever developed down 4th Avenue. The city have been working on A.G. Gaston Hotel for 6 years, have not completed. So the city has money for the 10-story building that was torn down downtown. Anything that pertaining to the black community, that money comes, but the money never goes to where it's supposed to be. I would make sure that the A.G. Gaston Hotel is complete. I would make sure that down on 4th Avenue to get their money. I would make sure down in Ensley can become another Black Wall Street, where we could have a chamber of commerce, maybe in the Nixon building. I would do so much for Ensley to make sure that Ensley is on the map. I was told back in the day, Ensley was the financial engine for the whole city of Birmingham, but look at it now. We had long-range plans for down in Ensley. Ensley is one of the cities that have all the trains intersects at. Down in the Ensley is one of the cities that they have 5 with all the train intersect and down the ends. I would make sure that in my administration that ends would have a rapid rail train that you can get on a rapid rail train, go from here to Atlanta in an hour, Memphis in an hour, New Orleans in an hour, because everybody have to change down to Ensley. Ensley would be a hub for a rapid rail train. You can go to New Orleans in an hour. Anywhere you come to Ensley, you will have to make the changes. So it would develop downtown Ensley, and we can turn Black Ensley to a...
Yes, thank you. Mr. Woodson, we're going to start with the first question with you. Are you ready? Mr. Russell had informed the committee, the organizers, that he had an engagement, so thank you for your time today, Mr. Russell. Let's give him a hand. You may make your 30-second statement.
First of all, let me say thank you all for coming. Today, they talking about the waterworks that are being sold, but see, the waterworks are not being sold. The waterworks are going to be transferred back to the city of Birmingham. I'm the one that did 35,000 signatures. I have the petition under my desk here. So we're going to be able to transfer that water back to the city of Birmingham, and it will be a department head. We go to court in November, 15. I believe. We go to court in November, so we will have that waterwork transferred back to the city of Birmingham. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell, for your time, and good luck. We appreciate your time today. We're going to continue on with Mr. Woodson on this first question. Relationships with corporate, relationships with community, relationships with clergy, relationships with others who are going to be working for you and with you. One of the things that has happened, according to this, one of the things that you've lost the Birmingham Stallions. You've lost your water. Some people think you lost your mind. However, in regard to all of what's going on, and you have a crime-ridden city, although there have been numbers all of a sudden where 8 years ago, 4 years ago, 12 months ago, numbers were not being released. Do you have a city in peril? Do you have a city that needs help? Is the city on life support? Is it moving forward? But how do these relationships in your mind could help or couldn't have helped to save those things that have left and to bring those things that are needed? Relationships.
I'd say that this is one of the biggest things that we've got to do. The first thing is, Mayor, we've got to bring back some of the best, brightest, and smartest people in each department. And I don't care what administration they were in, I'm not going to give positions like that to friends, brothers, in-laws, and outlaws. I'm not going to do that. But you've got to have the character to bring those people back, and they will know that with our team of leaders approach, not a leadership team, but a team of leaders. On a leadership team, everybody, you got a genius with 1,000 helpers. No, we want leaders to be in the forefront in parks and recreation, in all of the departments, and in policing. We've got to have a history, a proven history of getting things done through leadership. I've got a history of getting things done by building relationships and through leaderships. The Birmingham College Scholarship and Career Fair, we've done over $300 million in college scholarships to over 12,000 children, quietly. If it came down to feeding Birmingham, we did the same thing, relationships. We went to each major denomination, and in those denominations, we said we want to distribute food across the entire state of Alabama. That's relational power. In the corporate community, will they respect you? Will they open their door to you? I've worked with the heads of these corporations for a year.
30 seconds.
As we created Blueprint Birmingham. I met with them every month, be it Montgomery, be it DC. At the end of the day, relationships are a force multiplier, and you want to make sure that you send someone in that seat that has a history of healthy relationships 15. With our partners. Did you say time?
You got 10 seconds. Proceed.
A history of that. A history of being able to get things done. We have built things. We have strategic agreements with the SBA to work with our small businesses. We're working with more than 1,000.
Time.
If people don't like you, they don't work with you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson.
Thank you.
Mr. Africa, relationships.
Test. God, is that reverb?
Relationships. How would you work with community, clergy, CEOs, building relationships? Do you think that's a problem? Do you think that you've had issues with things leaving? You've lost your water. You've lost some of your sporting. You've lost on the crime issue. Relationships. Do you think those relationships would have to be nurtured, or do you think you're good? Everything's good. Everything's moving. What's your thought?
The Black church is the most stable institution in the Black community, the Black church. I've been campaigning this month, will be 12 months I've been campaigning. I started a long time ago. I did not want to do it, but Philemon Hill got sick, so I couldn't support him. Had I known Brian was going to get it, I probably would have supported him. But I started out at the church, Pastor. You know, I came here months ago. And I have been very well received. Those institutions are where we must start the foundations of things that we need to do in the community, because that's the pillar. Unfortunately, that's the only pillar that we have other than the graveyard. So I understand those necessary relationships because, again, I'm the only one up here that's been in the community for 40 years, getting $3 million for Smithfield, for the Enterprise Zone, competing with other cities, by the way, $8,000 for the Boys Club, on a place called The Yard in Smithfield. I didn't ask for a penny. We loaned them. I gave them my land to use, and my partner did everything else. I understand relationships. I went to Carver Jones, even though it's in Fairfield, and told him that if Carver Jones is a black grocery store, if you all don't know, if I were to become mayor, we're going to make sure we
30
create
seconds.
we're going to make sure we create black millionaires in our community, because in 8 years, I've not seen any black millionaires being created out of the current administration. Again, I mentioned my mentors.
15.
Maynard Jackson. Coleman Young said, crime is the ultimate result of economic deprivation. Marion Barry made a lot of black millionaires. He built black businesses. They deemed him mayor for life in Washington, D.C.
Time.
I had the opportunity to live in D.C. for a while during that period of time.
Ms. Gavan, relationships.
I'm very intentional in this comment. You cannot have a strong urban city without a strong relationship with the church. I've never seen it happen except for the last 8 years. The first relationship that has to be reestablished in City Hall has to be with the faith-based organizations, faith-based ministries. I am proposing in my plan, the Gavan Plan 2025, to be the first mayor to create an office of faith-based initiatives. We have a homeless crisis in this city. We have an issue with the homeless. We have an issue with squatters. We have an issue with those that have been disenfranchised. We have church doors. It is the greatest foundation and the greatest corporation that has ever been built. It's undeniable. But the doors are closed Monday through Sundays now. We have an issue with feeding the homeless. So that relationship matters. Why? Because we should be putting money back into these churches to assist us in operating either homeless shelters or at least feeding the homeless, but also working with us as we build shelters to get them off the streets. For me, that is the most important relationship. Why? Because the corporate relationships will come. But our problems in our communities are problems that are so deeply rooted that we cannot get ahead. Also, it goes back to what I said in the beginning.
30
you
seconds.
have to have someone who cares. So to build the corporate communities, to build the relationships with your governmental entities and your governmental officials. But I'm going to tell everybody, y'all need to get a civics book. A civics.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
A mic went out.
Mike, you got 15. We'll retake your 15. We start now. 15 seconds.
I'm going to, can you hear me now? I'm going to say to each of you, get a civics book so you can know and understand the role of everyone that you are electing to office and what that role entails. A debate happened, and I'll close with this, last week. WJLD. The only thing this mayor has been concerned about is the fact that I used the term randemic, referenced him speaking as Michael Jackson, and now he's trying to give the impression he's not bothered. But we have a lot of issues other than the fact someone calling you randemic. Make it make sense, Birmingham.
Time. Mr. Rice, relationships, clergy, community, and others.
At the beginning of that, you also mentioned Birmingham Water, Birmingham Stallions. I'm thankful for the background that I have had for 20 plus years. I've been trained in business development, mostly in manufacturing, construction, and trades. Sometimes I'm at a Hyundai plant and I have to learn how to interact with Koreans. Sometimes I'm at a Japanese plant. Sometimes I'm somewhere else. But we learn a lot of different traits. So I'm thankful for that background. We must create stronger business relationships across the city. We have to figure out a way to create more business in the city. The other thing, I'm extremely concerned about the relationships connected to the Birmingham Waterworks Board. I believe our city the current leaders are too compromised to lead. if they are involved in multiple ethics violations and no one is holding them accountable. These are great negotiating points for the other side. If you elect people who are too compromised to lead, the city is going to continue losing. They can take whatever they want. They want the same people back in because they get to take as much as they want. So I'm extremely concerned about that. So we must get guardrails back in City Hall. We must hold people accountable to show that we have standards of excellence. Also, when it comes to Major League Baseball Urban Youth Academy, I am a baseball player. To see a program like that to be destroyed is a shame. So we must create a relationship with the Major League Baseball to bring that program back here. It was a $10 million program for here, and we lost it. When it comes to the clergy, we're all over the city, and our city is struggling. But also the city is struggling to support the city.
15.
So we must work together to figure out how to do more. So with that, I want to do what Larry Langford was attempting to do. I want to start calling those all-hands meetings with the black males, all-hands meeting with the women, all-hands meeting with the church and others. And we're going to move this city forward.
Thank you. Our next question, same type of thing. It appears that at City Hall, there is a mandate to help everybody but anyone over 50. And to help anyone in situations, as Ms. Gavan just illustrated, not having an actual office of senior services, an actual faith-based mental health or homeless type of initiative that is directly where there is one concentration, yet you have an LGBTQI plus representative liaison. Thank you, Mr. Woodson, liaison. What would you do? And how would you proceed on making sure that your senior population has direct services from your office and that your additional communities, i.e. your clergy and your neighborhood presidents, have their representative so that they don't have to track you down and that they will continue to make sure that their voices are heard, not silenced. And I know that was long, but basically it goes back to relationships. And how would you have them directly involved in your office on a day-to-day basis, not when there's a crisis? I'm sorry, Mr. Africa, you're first. Mr. Woodson was last. We gave Mr. David Russell a pass to go, and so now we're back to square one. Thank you.
Test, okay. I want you to remember the notation that I started August of last year, and my handbills have been out to date, about 10,000 of them, starting from this morning. The reason I'm dressed like I am, because I was grinding on the ground with my crew at 7 o'clock a.m., so I picked them up at 6:15. The first one, I think one of the top pillars on my handbill is to eliminate the office of LGBTQIA and treat all citizens with dignity and respect. I had an argument, I know that community very well, but they have not been tied, had ancestors that were tied to horses, all 4 limbs, and pulled in separate directions, burned at the stake. The children fed to alligators in Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi. They've not gone through that. This lady actually argued with me, thinking that they should have special privilege. As it pertains to our seniors, we do need to, I'm a senior, so you know I'm gonna look out for us. We have to have a special liaison to have extra things for seniors because some of them are handicapped. As I went around this city throughout the time I've been campaigning, and especially in the last couple of weeks, there's a lot of mental illness, y'all, and it's not just seniors.
30
we got
seconds.
Young black men out here that have gotten charges put on them falsely. And by the way, I got a 39-year track record The Mufandi Lake Committee for Prison Support gave
15
it to me in
seconds.
1983, and I got the other one last year, February, Humanitarian Award for Committee for Prison Support. It's called the Mufandi Lake Award. I am sensitive to the needs of all people. There's
Time.
a white guy.
Thank you. Ms. Gavan.
Thank you. As I open, one of the biggest crises facing our seniors is rent. We have a lot of seniors who are renters and not homeowners, but we also have seniors who have had to take out reverse mortgages, and you would be surprised at the number of seniors that are now losing their homes. We must address the housing crises and to address the issues that are impacting our seniors. We must allow them the opportunity to have a belief that we are here to help them and that whatever they're going through, that there's somebody to listen to them. One of the things in my platform is going to be a Real Talk Friday with the mayor, Chad and Chew. I'm going to begin this back. Larry Langford implemented this under his administration, where I allow people to come in and have a conversation with me. I allow them to come in to talk to me about their needs. One of the biggest issues also in our community with our seniors is senior fitness. For the last 4 years, I've been sponsoring every Thursday and Tuesday a senior fit program right here now. It's at One Pratt Park, where we have about 50 to 60 women in One Pratt Park at the library to come in, and we address issues such as senior health. We also do things and provide activities for them. But most importantly, one of the things that I'm going to do is to definitely, again, connect with the church. Here again, this is where and I'm not saying this because I'm in a church. My strongest voting base are seniors. I'm not ashamed to say it, and I'm not worried about anyone taking that base. My strongest base has been my seniors. Why? Because I see them, I engage with them, I talk to them, and I do my best to help service their needs. And for me, that is going to also continue to remain a priority. Why? Because they are that lost conversation. Should they be? Absolutely not. So we're going to continue to work with individuals such as Tracy Johnson. We're going to continue to work with the ARC. We're going to continue to work with all of those social service agencies to assist our communities. But lastly, I wanted to say one thing. One of the other biggest issues for our seniors right now is one that they should not have, and that is living in their houses afraid of the people who are living next door to them that are squatters. And we must get these squatters out of these houses that they did not pay for, did not purchase, and are not the true renters of them. Thank you.
Time. Thank you. Mr. Rice.
One of the first things that this administration did was to get rid of the institutional knowledge at City Hall. There's a former attorney that I talked to from time to time, and she made sure I knew that he got rid of a lot of people who was experienced. And these are those who are over 50, and that is very disappointing. The other thing that a former master planner said, we are not transferring institutional knowledge from administration to administration. Now when it comes to seniors, something I'm extremely concerned about is our demolition plan. Our demolition plan has been in place since 2011, since we started implementing the Birmingham Land Bank program, I think around 2012 or so. So we've been tearing down homes in these underutilized area or underserved areas. All it is doing is destroying the property values of the seniors, those who have spent their entire lives paying for these properties. And we as a city have a policy where we're destroying their property values and we're not intentionally developing around them. That is a shame on the city. So that policy or those policies that have been taking place, I'm going to make sure they are removed. We are going to focus on redevelopment in our communities. Also, it is a shame that as large as we are as a city, we do not have a large multi-purpose complex. We have too many people going to McCullough, going to Hoover. Yes, they may do a railroad park program, or yes, they may do something at One Pratt Park, but we should have a complete complex that all have access to. We can't build them across the city at one time, but we need to make sure we have a super complex that competes with all the surrounding city that supports our seniors, that supports our youth, that supports all adults. So I want to be intentional about making sure we are
15
able to compete
seconds.
from against all the neighboring cities. And I'm committed to that as Brian K. Rice.
Thank you. Mr. Woodson.
One of the things that I've already started to use my connections for is to form an Office of Faith-Based and Community Service at the city level. Began the connections in Montgomery and also in D.C. because dollars are going to be coming down. And this is where we will house our compassion initiatives, where we declare war on homelessness and not on the homeless people. It's where we take care of the widows and the orphans and those that are most vulnerable, and we commit 1% of our budget. We need solutions. We're going to do that. We're also going to have the Office of Senior Advancement. Our seniors are not all that savvy with technology, so what we want to be able to support those 32,000 seniors with case managers there in the city. We also want to work with organizations that help parents that are in transition from living independently to dependently, and the families need support in figuring that out and how to maximize the services that are available. We're also going to have the Office of Youth Wellness, to where we're taking care of our children. The most vulnerable, impoverished person in Birmingham, Alabama right now is the 15-year-old black girl. So much so that people are raising funds for personal hygiene items. We've got to build our nonprofit sector up because that creates a circle of intervention around families. We will build up that nonprofit sector to strengthen our families, to make sure that our children transition well. And last but not least, again, homes, blight, and apprenticeship programs. We got to give our young men something else to do. And we've got to depend on the city council to pass a rental property inspection ordinance to take care of every abandoned, blighted property and to deal with those landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to open it up to the floor. Is there anybody with questions for today's candidates? I will walk over to you.
My name is Herschel Hicks. I'm the Vice President of Smithfield Estates Neighborhood Association. My question is, y'all know 70 Highway is a dangerous intersection. We need more lighting, cameras on that intersection. We'd had more death and accident. We need your help on that. Once you make, and one of y'all gonna make mayor, but when you get in, don't forget, in that gas station right there to the left, 11 o'clock at night, it's packed. We need to clean that up. I don't know what's going on over there, but I know they're not buying gas. Okay? Now, I'm the vice president. We have our meeting today at 2 o'clock to 3 today. We're going to talk about what went on today. I'm going to let them know. Like I said, one of you all going to make mayor. And I'm pushing. Okay? Thank y'all.
Okay, I can start with you, Ms. Cavan. And any one of you can take that, and then you can raise your hand. I'll go to each one of you. You guys have about, because we're trying to wrap you up, take 60 seconds, please. And the timekeeper will keep us on time. No closing statements. Please answer the gentleman's question. Neighborhood leader.
First of all, infrastructure.
60 seconds.
People don't think that these lights are part of infrastructure. We are thinking that we're just looking at the streets and things. We must get lighting in these areas. I have been making this argument for the last 4 years dealing with the crime. It's not that the west side of town is so bad. It's the side that is so dormant because of the lights, because of all of the vacant lots in between one or two houses, and then there's dormancy. We must continue to put shot spotters, but we must put better lighting in these neighborhoods, not just on every other street, but every street. And so that is one of the things that I'm going to work to make sure that we bring about. Also, not just the lights. We've got to do better with our neighborhood watches in this area also, and to rebuild better our neighborhood watch associations. Thank you.
Mr. Rice. And then Mr. Woodson, and then Mr. Africa. 1 minute.
State law, city ordinance says we must, have conserve property values. It also talks about lighting. We must implement safety programs, et cetera, et cetera. To live on the west side, you see the darkness. A lot of times when I drive downtown, I feel like I'm in a whole different city. I said it, light comes up here, but I feel like the sun does not come up on the west side. And so we must be committed to that. That's without an option. We must be committed to public safety. There are some intersection I go to where the stop sign may have been torn down and they put it too far back. And because the grass is too high, you can't even see the stop sign. And then there's somebody have an accident at the intersection.
15.
It's things like that. But the other part of it, when you talk about those who are at those gas stations at night, I want to make sure we create programs that can reach the mind of more men and women who are not being reached. We have to reach the most at risk, and we have to show them a better life.
Time. Mr. Woodson?
The same problems that we have with our lighting, we have with our roadways. The franchise agreement says that if they cut 3 times within a span of road, that franchise agreement usually says they got to repave that span. But when you're going out and hanging out with these corporate people and these are your buddies, it doesn't get done. I would probably bet on the fact that even though our lights aren't working in our community, that we're still being charged for those poles. That means that we have to hold Alabama Power accountable. We've got to hold Spire accountable. We've got to hold these folks accountable. And I don't believe we're doing it now. Plus, we ought to require that either they upgrade our entire lighting across the city to LED, which reduce the cost by 60%, or we start investing in our own lights, in our own cameras, in our own poles. But we've got to have that. They're not doing it. And it makes no sense to pay for something that we don't get.
Mr. Kamau, Africa.
Hello?
Yeah, we have an audio engineer. When you pick up your mic, he will know, and then he will turn you up if there's a problem. Okay. You have 60 seconds.
All right, Brother Hicks, if you remember, I was at you all's meeting months ago. And I remember those issues that you discussed about what was going on at that filling station. When I mentioned that one of my priorities is to make sure that I annex, if I can get the citizens to support it, annex Forestdale and Brighton, but Forestdale is more immediate to the both of our neighborhoods because we got to get the population up to come back to number 1. But with that comes the responsibility of a city. We have to have a police force
30 seconds.
Make sure that we get it all cleaned up. Not only the filth and dirt in the street, but get the community cleaned up. I remember right down the street here, across from, I think it's called Circle C.
15.
I had to go in there and personally say something to that. A lot of these people don't live in our community, y'all. They live in Hoover, Alabaster. He just happens to be East Indians. I'm not against them, but I had to go in there. The Thomas neighborhood president came and got me because you know me. I'm gonna be rambunctious if I have to be. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to get it straight. You understand?
Time. Thank you. We have a question from the audience.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to say there is great talent at this table. I see that it's just great talent. Great talent. And I want to go along with Mr. Herschel Hicks, our neighborhood liaison here. I want to say to you that there's one seat missing there. So after this is over with, I want everybody to take all these great ideas and get behind one candidate, so we can make your ideas come to life. And the people at this table, with all of those great ideas you have, let's consolidate it behind one candidate that we can push together and take to the next level. So hopefully I don't see none of y'all on the other side when the candidate don't even come out to show up to answer questions. So I want to remember that because we're going to be watching you. We're going to watch you and see is what you say, what you really mean. So look at each other at the table. I want y'all to look at each other. Frank, look at Wanda. I want you, hey, Kamal, look at the people at the table. I want y'all to consolidate behind somebody that had the guts to come out here and answer your questions.
Thank you for that statement. Any more questions? Going right over here. Okay. We have another question from the audience.
So in 2016 and 2017, organizers and activists hit the ground running to increase minimum wage in the city of Birmingham. Minimum wage is currently at $7.25. It's the federal minimum wage, and it's still the set minimum wage today. 8 years later, now in 2025, we're still fighting to raise the minimum wage for workers. So I want to know, will you fight to increase minimum wage in the city of Birmingham? But also, in your administration, will you hire second chance offenders and implement ban the box under your administration?
Mr. Rice, Mr. Woodson, Mr. Africa, and Ms. Gavan last. Mr. Rice.
Back in 2016, 2017, I think it was the state of Alabama that stopped the minimum wage. I'm going to fight to grow business here. I'm going to fight to grow opportunity here. We must create more opportunity here. We are extremely poor. When we talk about the poverty rates, it may say 25% or 30%, but then we're talking about the other people who make another 10 and 20,000, and they're extremely poor too. We're extremely poor. So I'm extremely committed to business, to small business, making sure as much of that money stays in the city of Birmingham so we can keep our tax dollars here, grow jobs here, support that mother, father here, support that teenager here, and we can support mentoring programs here. We must grow business. We've seen too much business interference across this city. We've talked about it for the last 40 years. Black leaders are stopping black communities from developing. It doesn't matter if it's black or white. I'm going to focus on development in our communities.
Time. Mr. Woodson.
I'd say this right here. I like to figure out ways to make things work, whether I fight for minimum wage or I fight for wage increase. I'd probably take an approach to fight for wage increase in this way right here, that we began to skill up our workforce, that we put in things within our community, just like we had the night schools and the like. We put things in. We do partnerships with our junior colleges. We have classes in, put certifications in, so that we make them compete for the employees that are out here. That's what happens in the Ivy League areas. When they have to compete where labor is scarce and qualified labor, then the prices begin to go up. I want to skill up our workers. I would do that right there. That would be my approach, because I don't see where I as a mayor have the juice to really push for that. But one thing I can do is make them compete for workers. And we saw that during the pandemic. When they had to compete, they started paying more.
Mr. Africa.
Tess, the proof is in action. Dre, Cade, and Aunt George live in Smithfield. I told the mother they're bound to get in trouble. Young men sitting there not doing anything. What did I do? I actively picked one of them up, eventually got the other one to come. In fact, I met one the other night and he said, Mr. Africa, I just got a job. I said, good, congratulations. I took his brother to the industrial center myself. As it pertains to second chance offenders.
15 seconds. 30, I apologize. Start over, 30 seconds.
On my TikTok, go to my TikTok. There's a gentleman by the name of Eddie Gaston. He owns Eddie Seat Covers. In 91, he lost his rights. He gives you his testimony about what kind of person I am.
15.
I did that for 39 years, as I said before, helping people that were in prison. Pen pal, sending them care packages, not only men. Started out with mostly black men. Then it was black women. Then I had a couple of white people to write me because I had helped them.
Ms. Gavan.
Let me deal with the first issue, the minimum wage. I fought for the minimum wage, was one of the main primary persons here on the Jefferson County delegation, filibustering everything in the world to fight the Republican Party. Listen, they tore it down, they struck it down, we had to march, we had to fight, almost burn their houses down. We are going to have to get people out to vote. We're going to have to take back not just this city. I don't believe in saying taking it back. We've got to save our city because we're facing a machine in Montgomery, a super minority.
30 seconds.
With regards to banning the box, I have sponsored every phase 1, 2, 3 of banning the box. with regards to banning the box, and for those who do not know what that is if you have been convicted of a crime, if the question is asked, you do not have to answer that, and we do not make it a part of the final selection process. But with that being said, I have fought for the ban the box. But lastly, listen, it's simple in the city of Birmingham. We also need job
15
training,
seconds.
job readiness training for our people. We can talk about increasing the minimum wage, but if we're sending our kids to jobs and they don't understand the undertaking, how to dress, how to speak, how to get the job, there's no need to increase the minimum wage without providing the training. But on my website, I already have.
Come on, question? Thank you, Ms. Gavan. We have a question from the audience.
I'd like to know from each candidate state why you think you would be the best person for the mayor's job.
Good question, Mr. Woodson, and then we'll follow suit with Mr. Africa, Ms. Gavan, and Mr. Rice.
I believe that I'll be the best person for the job because I'm best prepared for what the city needs at this time. We've got to deal with community and economic development. I've got experience in that, real experience in doing that, stabilizing the neighborhoods. There is no revitalization without stabilizing them first. I've had the experience in doing that when I work with the neighborhood stabilization program. Land banking, how to use that in an effective way. I have an experience with that. I understand
30
the challenge.
seconds.
I'm not for more rental properties. I'm not for Airbnb. I'm not for any of that because our housing structure, our rental properties are already at 55% of our housing stock. Plus, I work with leaders and I empower
15
others.
seconds.
I have an experience and I have a track record of working with leaders, not just people, but people that lead leaders. I've worked with them. Right now, Birmingham is failing because of leadership. I'll bring that leadership on day one.
Mr. Kamal, Africa. Mr. Africa, yes. No, it's not. Please answer the gentleman's question.
Tess, in terms of a community service record, there's nobody up here, and you can put them all together again, and you can go to my website, and you can read just 16 points. When you go to the menu and about, and my website is Africa, AFRIKA, for mayor.com. People will invoke Larry's name, but I'm that 2.0. 40 years.
30 seconds.
I'm respected by I'll just say I'm respected by most of the powerful white brokers in this city. I will listen to and respect all citizens
15
equally.
seconds.
And I'm respected also by the underworld. You got to get them also. I sat with them about 2 weeks ago on a Sunday. I'm talking about the underworld, the gangsters. You got to know them because they can stop things that other folks
Ms.
can't
Gavan?
do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Africa.
I will answer this question like this. 8 years ago, I am the only person sitting at this table that did not support the incumbent mayor. Make that make sense. The reason why is because I knew what the job entailed. Not just because I'm a graduate of Miles College, not just because I'm a graduate of Miles Law School, not just because I worked for Mayor Arrington Bell and Kincaid, as well as the lawyer that brought Larry Langford home to die, since his name has been mentioned multiple times. I am the most qualified person because I understand the undertaking of being an administrator, as well as being an employee and a servant of the city of Birmingham, because I've worked there. I've worked in these streets. I've been in this position for enough time that I don't need on-the-job training. The reason why you should pick me is because I'm going to keep my word, to do my best, and to serve the people with servant, honest, and dignified leadership to get the job done. Boots on the ground, doors of City Hall open, and keeping my commitment to serve the people who have elected me. Bottom line.
Rebuttal.
Mr. Rice.
Rebuttal. She said everybody at the table.
Mr. Rice.
Okay, just to start it off real fast, I voted for William Bell. But I did support Mayor Woodfin once he got in. I believed in what he stood for. I did not know he was telling us lies in his 90th day in office.
I did not support
Okay, time out.
I said 8 years ago.
She said everybody at the table.
8 years ago. Period. 8 years ago.
There is no rebuttal. There was no one names called, and we're going to move on. Thank you. I did want to hear what your argument is and give you that opportunity. Denied. And so we are now going to start again. Out of respect, Mr. Rice, please answer the gentleman's question.
The worst thing that has happened to me is the best thing that has happened to Birmingham, Alabama. For the last 15 years, my pastime is studying the economic conditions of Birmingham, Alabama. I study policy. I study history. I've been trying to figure out why our communities look the way they look. Why are they getting development deals over there? I've been looking at everything that has been happening in this city for the last 150 or so years. So that's something that's extremely unique to everyone else. The other thing, because of that $0 appraisal wiping out of my equity, it made me look around Inslee, Wylam, Pratt City, Eastlake, North Birmingham, and then I understood why these communities look like this. They do not have anyone fighting for them to make sure they have fair opportunity. Seconds. Too many people have looked the other way. I will not look the other way when there's an opportunity to stand up for local business. I am committed to development across the city. I am committed to the underserved. I am committed to moving this city forward.
Time. Mr. Woodson. Yeah, did you get an opportunity to respond to the gentleman's question? Did we get everybody? We did? Okay, great. All right. We are going to wrap this up. It has been a very exciting time. And first of all, let's just say thank you so much to, before we wrap up, to please give it up for Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. After we do our last sessions, we will go and leave in prayer, and we will make sure that this, and thank you to our audio engineer. Hi, you're up there. Thank you, Mr. Tate. And thank you to the organizing group. This forum was organized by an internal group at this location. So give it up for those folks. And I would dare say that they're all over 50. And I think y'all did a good job, seniors. Good job, good job, good job. And also thank you to Miss Marcia Forrest, who has been on several forums. Also our timekeeper of record, Miss Sarah Beth Conkle. And to all of you who have come out and shared your day, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And to the candidates for District 9 School Board and City Council, thank you so much for coming out. There are refreshments as we leave. Please take all that stuff with you. They don't want to retain any of that. And with that said, here's the final thing. And this will be rebroadcast at, and it's Bethel Pratt City on your Facebook. Is that your Facebook? Bethel Baptist Missionary Pratt City. Bethel Baptist Missionary Pratt City is where you can find this, and I'm sure Mr. Tate will be rebroadcasting this in several forums. Thanks to you on the live stream, and we will go in regard. Yeah, you don't have to tell me. We're going to make him out like the honorary mayor if he don't leave me alone. I mean, that's I love you. I love you, but you are special. It might have to be a special vote for you. That is my comment. I couldn't even resist, Wandolin, Brian, and Mr. Woodson, because you're so gracious to be here. Thank you. I've been knowing these folks for so long. Give them a hand. Y'all are amazing people to be out here. I've been there. I know it's hard. So we're going to start with parting shots from Mr. Africa, and then Ms. Gavan, and then Mr. Rice, and then Mr. Woodson. And thank you so much. You got 1 minute to give us your parting shot to this audience and this live stream audience. Why should you take the gavel and be the next mayor of Birmingham, Alabama?
I want to thank everybody that's been participating. It's been a very long road for me more than anybody else because 12 months out of retirement, again, for something I did not want to do, but once I committed, I committed. And I'm not going to forget about those people that are making minimum wage. As I walked through this city and gone to the restaurants and fed my crew, that's the first thing on my thing. It's been there for a whole year. First thing, raising minimum wage from 18 to 50.
30 seconds.
From 7 to 15, $18 an hour. And I just hope that the common people at the post office, the foot soldiers, the city workers who I talked to,
15.
small business people, and the police officers who know about the special plan I have for them will stand out, get everybody out. It is very important. This race is about getting our city off of life support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Africa. Good luck to you. Ms. Gavan.
It's simple, and I'm going to close the way I've closed during this whole entire cycle. If you like what you have, keep it. Make it make sense, Birmingham. Trash, brush, litter, debris, dilapidated housing, overgrown lots, nowhere for our children to go, to congregate, to play, and to just even better themselves in many instances. 17 swimming pools, only 4 open. A $3 million contract advertised and let a few weeks ago, and we're at the end of the dormant season. Make it make sense. Homelessness running rampant through our communities.
30 seconds.
It's simple. $1.7 million went out the state. Birmingham Southern not open. I'm in contact with Dr. Williams almost every day, or his administration. So that will be a priority for Alabama A&M. With that being said, if you always do what you always done, you're always going to get what you always got. My plan 15. Is for crime reduction, municipal court reform, education, transportation, better jobs, better neighborhoods, better city services, better crime prevention programs, and most importantly, to have a relationship with you and to allow you, the citizens, to be true stakeholders. Vote State Representative Wandalyn Lily Gavan, Mayor of the City of Birmingham. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gavan. Good luck. Mr. Brian K. Rice, candidate for mayor.
For those who have given up on the idea of voting, I understand why. When you can send documents to city councilors, all the way up to Congress, and they look the other way. When you look at your communities, and your communities are struggling, poverty is everywhere, no development anywhere near you, I understand why. I want you to vote for someone different. Do not re-vote the politician back in who has legislated your failure, who have approved your failure. Vote for someone who is committed to making sure they will fight for you to the end. So please vote. For those who are elected, who usually vote, vote someone different. You know the city is failing you. Vote for someone who is committed to development regardless of the relationships that was previously made. I am not bought. You cannot buy me. The principles of my father is too strong, and I am committed to excellence in the city of Birmingham. Vote Brian K. Rice.
Thank you. Tight shot, tight shots. And our last, but not least, our final words will be heard from candidate Frank Woodson.
I think we had 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Judgment's a big part of leadership. Judgment. Should I do something or should I not do it? When should I do it? That's judgment. I got involved because right now we have a Birmingham that's holding on by fingernails, period. 66 of our 99 neighborhoods have lost population and are in decline or in a state of collapse. Tommy Tuberville will probably be our next governor.
30 seconds.
And let me say this. When you study policy, here's what you know. That Birmingham has already violated the policy, the standards set by the state, in order for that police department to be taken over. It's just a matter of execution, and nobody's done anything
15.
About it. We're going to have to move fast. We're going to have about 10 to 12 months. And you're going to need a proven leader to get us through this situation. I will be that leader.
Time.
And I won't let you down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson, and thanks to all our candidates. Give it up for them today. The two had to scoot out. And it's been a long time since and the reason why y'all been here a little longer is because this congregation of records says it's been a long time since somebody has visited them. So they wanted to keep you a little extra, but thank you so much for your time today. We're going to hear from Dr. Larry McCree. I'm Sheila Smoot. Thank you for having me. I love being in Bethel. Thank you so much. Thanks to my great husband, and he will remain unnamed on this broadcast. Dr. Larry McCree, Jr., pastor of this great church, PhD for real. He just got his PhD from Vanderbilt. So you're dealing with a doctor. Okay, let's do it. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Ms. Sheila. Will you give her a hand, please, for an excellent job today? And thank you all for coming out. Thank you all who joined us online. And I want to thank all of the candidates who participated for engaging with civility, with class, with dignity as they engage one another. Thank you all so much. God bless you, and we encourage everyone to make sure you vote on Election Day. God bless you all, and thank you so much for joining us.